Ahoy hoy, I am Planner Walk, and welcome to another live stream. I haven't actually done a live stream in a while, but how's it going, everyone? I think I'm live, at least I hope I'm live. It would be kind of embarrassing if I was just sitting here talking to myself. Alright, let's see what's going on. Looks like I'm live. Just wait for people to get here and then we'll get on with what we've got today. What's people in... Delay says, no, I'm not live. Damn it. I've been sitting here talking to myself. And then Donji. Oh, we've got quite a few people in the chat. We've got Walter saying, hello Planner, greetings from Zurich. And we've got Peter Not All saying, g'day mate, I'm guessing you're from Australia. And we've got someone who I know is from Australia saying, hey man, how's stuff? And Ross says, oh okay, I just wondered why my controversial comment to your last video got no butthurt responses. Oh, that's probably because it was marked as spam, maybe? And Tim Tully for $5 says, I hear you. Cool. Alright, so there is something that I do have to start off by showing everyone. So let me switch over. So I have a Clips channel. It's got 2 subscribers. I'll paste a link in the... paste a link to it in the chat. Go over and subscribe. Essentially, what it's for... it's obviously for clips, shorter videos than, or sometimes shorter videos than on my main channel. It really depends what I want to post on there. So, for example, there'll be clips from live streams, clips from videos that might be edited down, all kinds of stuff. I'll probably be uploading more to my clips channel, but it will all be stuff like if you catch up with all my live streams, you probably won't have to worry about it. But if you don't have time to sit through an entire live stream, hey, if you're watching this after it's already all done, maybe go out over to my clips channel and be like, oh, there's a shortened down version rather than having to sit through, I don't know how long this live stream is going to be, maybe 6 hours, maybe 2 hours, who knows, but there'll be a shortened down version so that you don't have to watch the entire thing, essentially. So I'll post a link to that in the chat, go subscribe, all from both streams and videos, depending what I decide to upload. So this stream here will actually have, I think I've got about 4 or 5 different video ideas to put out on the Clips channel. And so to be fair, they'll go up over, I won't be putting all the clips from this live stream up all at once. It'll be something that I'll upload every couple of days or so, just so that the YouTube algorithm goes, oh, I can recommend these consistently rather than having to recommend them all at the time, because, you know, YouTube algorithms. And we've got a couple of things here that you may have already seen from my videos. So Matt Powell didn't think about what he said here, which is true. He didn't think about what he said. And then remember when Nathan Thompson admitted that the Earth is a globe? He says, got it, the Earth is a globe. Does it spin? In his haste to get to the next topic. So yeah, that's a fun thing. Alright, so, let me just check to see if we've got anything in chat. A talking cat. Oh, Walter. Yeah, Walter's a talking cat. Nothing wrong with being a talking cat. When does Matt Powell think? Answer, never. Yeah, true. I don't think he has ever thought in his life. I mean, you'd think he would have to think, but maybe he's just on, what's that thing? Autopilot. Maybe he's just on autopilot. So, as I said, make sure you go subscribe to that. I'll put a link in the chat if you haven't already. There's 2 subscribers. If I reload... Oh, hey, we've got 4 subscribers. See? New advertising this on stream would be a good idea. Anywho... Alright. So, let's start with this. Just a nice... taking a look at flat earthers to see what they say, really, because this is the weirdest flat earth argument I've ever heard. So, this person decided to post one of my videos on Twitter. Thanks for the sharing. It's always appreciated. Anyway, Moz responded with, "If flat earth is so ludicrous to you, why are you on a day-to-day basis trying to disprove it?" Now, just think about that for a second. Why would you want to disprove something that is false? Maybe because it's false? I don't know, like... it's obviously because I don't want people to... it's obviously because I've got a nefarious plan to try and make people believe the Earth is... No, I just think that it's a stupid idea, and it's good entertainment value, so I'm going to go ahead and make videos debunking it, because sometimes I want to just make a few jokes in a video, right? Then Harley's Corner responded with, "Flat Earth is fun, I share the fun. I'm not attempting to disprove anything." I mean, technically I'm attempting to disprove stuff, but, you know. But that's probably what he was talking about. He's probably talking about me rather than Harley. But anyway, Flat Earthers keep on disproving their FE claims with their own claims. They're just too dumb to realise. I'm not here to convince anyone, should I say. I'm only exposing stupidity and lies. My tweets aren't a debate. True, I'm not sure... I'll just say they're just sharing my video. And then Moz responded with, "You're suffering from cognitive dissonance. Your subconscious tells you the globe concept doesn't add up. You need to come out of the closet and admit you're a flat earther." Right? And I actually responded to this. I responded to this asking, so what doesn't add up about the globe model, and how does the flat earth model fix it without creating more problems? No response! You know, this is my video. And he didn't even respond to me. So, that's how weak their arguments are. I asked them, what doesn't add up about the globe model? And how does the flat earth model fix it without creating more problems, right? I have never seen a decent answer to that. They always say, oh, the globe model doesn't add up. And they say, the thing that doesn't add up about it is that, you know, you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour or something at the equator. And it's like, okay, how does the flat earth solve that without creating more problems? And they say, well, flat earth solves that because it's flat and stationary. Well, okay, but then you've just had the problem of you don't... Firstly, there's all the stuff that flat earth doesn't account for in the first place, like ships disappearing bottom first. But then there's the fact that things weigh less as they get closer to the equator. There's Foucault's pendulum. There's Coriolis effect. The list goes on and on. You create more problems by saying that it's flat and stationary. So, anyway, going back to the original tweet. So, Christo Can says, we are all born flat earthers. Then, for most of us, our brain starts working. That's a pretty good response. And then they respond with, you mean it starts getting brainwashed? No. I mean it starts working. And then it's just the same thing again. Yeah, with a little help, like I said, brainwashing. No. So Christo Can responds with, brainwashing is seeing this before your eyes and saying some stupid bullshit like refraction or perspective. So, which is it? Yeah, like, if you saw that, you'd go, okay, that's clearly showing the Earth curving, right? Because otherwise, we gotta call someone to let them know that there's been a major flood in the city that for some reason none of the residents have noticed. Everyone in the city is underwater. And Moz says, you've got a decisive depiction of the globe. And I don't know what they mean here. I think they mean deceptive, or they're asking, they forgot a question mark. Did they? They responded with, you got an explanation for what I see from my boat? No. So he also put up this picture saying here's one from earlier today from the Japanese weather satellite Himawari 8, but your brainwashing will make you call it fake and CGI even though you can't prove it, and the cloud patterns can be easily verified from the ground, not to mention meteorologists use the data. Right, and Moz said, you're a joke, you know that's CGI. If you 100% believed that was genuine, you wouldn't go around the houses of proving the globe, but subliminally you know that's a CGI. Now, I think that it's actually a good thing to go ahead and question I think that it's a good idea to go ahead and question whether the Earth is a globe. I think that's healthy, but what I don't think that's a good idea is to say that because people are questioning the Earth that it is a globe, therefore it definitely could be flat, and that's how I'm going to base my belief in flat Earth on. No. Question the Earth as a globe, but be honest with the evidence that you look at. Don't just go, okay, well, there's obviously perspective at work here, meaning that things disappear bottom up. When have you ever seen perspective make things disappear bottom up? I've never seen that. I've never seen perspective do that. Because perspective doesn't do that. Right? You know, the first thing that made me realize that the Earth is definitely a globe, right, when people were saying, oh, the Earth could be flat, or the Earth is flat, I went out and I was like, okay, so the sun is in the south-ish over there. This is late at night, and I think it was, I can't remember whether it was going back into summer or something. I do know that it was about, I think it was about 9-ish. You would have been starting to go into summer, and I looked to the southwest, and I saw the sun setting. I was like, wait, that couldn't happen if the sun was going around the North Pole, right? So that's why I started saying the Earth can't be a globe. I mean, the Earth can't be flat. Don't clip me on that. I'm gonna have people clipping me, aren't I? So, yeah, anyway, that's my rant about that, but going on to the next part of it. So, Christo Can responded with, you believe the Earth is flat even though there is no accurate scaled map of flat Earth. Your brainwashing will now make you post a map that isn't to scale and is just a projection of the globe, and you will think you are clever. True. And Moz said, but why do you need to see a flat Earth map? When you've got a genuine depiction of a globe, that's it, you've won, lol. Only one problem, you don't believe it yourself, that's the problem. Why would you want to show me what you see from your boat for? I don't need to see that now. No, we want you to post a accurate scaled map, because if Flat Earth was true, you would be able to do that, right? If Flat Earth is not true, then you'd be able to... Well, yeah, Flat Earth is not true, then you can't do that, right? It's very, very simple. Christocan says it here. You can't present a map, you can't explain my observation from my boat, and you can't prove satellite images are fake, but you still believe the Earth is flat, and you call people who present evidence that you're wrong brainwashed. And then they respond with, when I say flat, I don't mean a two-dimensional disk floating in an empty void. I mean infinite plane, infinite consciousness. That's all there is with the higher dimensions. We're not here by accident. Oh, no. And it's like, that's not the thing that's being... Even if it's an infinite plane, even if the Earth is an infinite plane, you should still be able to provide a map of at least the known Earth. Right? And it just goes on. But you get the point. You get the point. They just don't have the evidence. And so when they get asked for evidence, they go on saying weird things like why do you need a flat Earth map? It's because that's needs to be your evidence. You know? We're asking you for evidence. Unless you provide evidence, we're not going to believe you. But because we are trying to debunk it, you somehow state that as evidence for your side? No, that's not evidence. Otherwise, if anyone tries to debunk anything, then you could say that's evidence. Like, I could name something that you probably don't believe in, right? Oh, hey, here's an idea. The evidence that the Earth is a globe is that people try and debunk the globe. Boom! I've just proven the Earth is a globe. Now everyone can... I've solved it. I've solved it. I could prove anything. People try... What's an abhorrent political position? People try and debunk fascism. Therefore, fascism is correct. People try and debunk socialism. Therefore, socialism. I could take any position and prove it by that logic. Any position in the world. No, the way that you've got to prove your particular position is with evidence for your particular position. That's the way that it goes. Anyway, on to the first sort of thing. Let's close a few tabs down. All right, so Marjorie Taylor Greene is a person that I have heard of. Apparently, she is a QAnoner, so it doesn't surprise me that she just... Well, it surprises me that she's in Congress, apparently. How did she get there? I would really like to know. Isn't there... You'd think that there'd be some kind of filter to stop QAnoners from holding positions of power. I mean, you would think that there would be some kind of... I don't know... people having common sense filter at least. But... no. We've got... Let's take a listen. She just goes full Karen response here. This is what I'd expect from a Karen, not from a elected representative.
Aaron Navarro, CBS News. Whip Scalise said today he got vaccinated, citing this Delta variant that's going around. 2 questions. Have you yourself gotten vaccinated, and do you disagree with the Republican whip?
Well, your first question is a violation of my HIPAA rights. You see, with HIPAA rights, we don't have to reveal our medical records, and that also involves our vaccine records.
And do you disagree with Aaron Navarro?
So, she gets asked a question about whether she's been vaccinated, and she says, that's a violation of my HIPAA rights. How? You don't have to answer that. They're asking you a question. It's not like you have to go, all right, let me go down to the thing. I've got to grab I've got to grab all my medical records. No, you just got to say, yeah, I've been vaccinated, or no, I haven't been vaccinated. Right? There's a couple of things here, right? Now, either she could go, yes, I have been vaccinated, and that would be one of them things where a whole lot of her, like if she says, yes, I've been vaccinated, a whole lot of her supporters would be like, no, she's fallen for whatever the newest conspiracy is, and she's been vaccinated, right? Then she could go, no, she hasn't been vaccinated. And then a whole lot of her detractors would say, a whole lot of her detractors would come along and say, you should get vaccinated. Because you should. You know, you're in a country where there's a lot of people have died from COVID-19. You should be vaccinated. But I think that she has been vaccinated, you know? I think that's what she has been. I think she's using it as an excuse to say, well, I don't have to give my vaccine records, so you can't prove that I'm not vaccinated or am vaccinated either way. To try and shield herself from criticism from both sides, even though she gets extra criticism for having a Karen response saying that, oh, it's a violation of my HIPAA rights. I remember Karen saying that having to disclose things is a violation of their HIPAA rights. It's just ways to try and say, oh, I don't have to prove that I've been vaccinated. And yeah, it's just them trying to... It's just Karen's trying to Karen, really. Alright, so we'll... Got a few super chats here, so let me go to the viewer activity. So we've got Unflat Earth saying, preach it, brother. And thank you for 10 New Zealand dollars, hey, from New Zealand. Nice. Good to see we've got other New Zealanders in the community. And especially waking up at this hour. Although, I consider 9 AM to be early. That's one of them things where my brain doesn't really like to adjust to early mornings. And play tough. I don't know how to pronounce that. Plea tough? Saying, there is no intelligence test to be elected. One would just expect it to be greater than an eggplant. Yeah, it's one of them things where when people run for office, you'd think they'd have a modicum of intelligence that people would be able to detect. You know, I would rather a smart person that I disagree with running for office, right, than a stupid person that I agree with running for office. Right? You know, you'd think that people would agree with me, that you'd want a stupid person, that a smart person that you disagree with, because if someone is running for office, and they're smart, but you disagree with them, maybe it shows a flaw in your personal beliefs, right? You'd think people would think the same way, but no, people are These days, you got people in echo chambers, right? Being told that Biden stole the election. No, Biden didn't steal the election. You got people believing that Trump is somehow going to get put back in office on August 15th. And I will be making a video on that when it comes to August 15th. When nothing happens, I'm going to say, look, nothing happened. I don't know where I'm going to be on August 15th. Let me check what day that is. But as soon as it comes around, I'm going to make a video. So August 15th is the Sunday. Yeah, I should be able to make a video on the Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, I think I'll be... Yeah, on the Monday I'll make a video saying, yeah, nothing happened. And because nothing is going to happen. Right? Nothing is going to happen. And people act like it will. They'll just push the date back. They'll say, oh, the Biden cabal, they reincarnated Jeffrey Epstein, and that's how that stopped Trump, or something stupid like that. I shouldn't give them ideas, dear God. Right? Oh, here's an interesting fact. Democratic lawmakers in the House and Senate are 100% vaccinated, according to CNN, but only 44.8% of House Republicans and 92% of Republican senators are vaccinated. This is from May 14th, though. Yeah, like... You know, it's one of them things where people, even Republicans, are vaccinated, and the politicians are vaccinated, which shows that, you know, at least most Republican politicians, well, most Senate Republicans, right, are smarter than the people that vote for them, right? It seems that when it comes to Republicans, the politicians seem to be smarter than the people that vote, smarter than the average Republican in the US, right? Because you do have some people that Republican that are somewhat smart, that may be, you know, business owners or stuff like that think, you know, I'm voting Republican because I want lower taxes, right? And I'm not sure if that's entirely smart, but it's at least more intelligent than saying that you're voting Republican because you think that Biden is going to turn the US into a communist state. There are stupid reasons to vote Republican, and then there are at least somewhat reasonable reasons. I don't think that... I can understand wanting your taxes lowered, but I don't think that's better than saying that... I don't think that lowering taxes is better than... What would be the alternative? Like, than having an infrastructure plan to recover from COVID, you know? Remember when Republicans were wanting the... or at least the voting Republicans were wanting the package, the checks, but a lot of the Senate Republicans and all that were saying, no, you don't get money. Anyway, let's... Oh, what's Ross Thatcher going on about in chat? You got... It seems to be... Ross Thatcher. I'll give you a bit of attention. Saying things like preach the heliocentric religion. It's not a religion when it updates to based on new evidence. You know, if you give me new evidence, I'll change what I believe. It's not a religion. Religion is when you hold beliefs despite evidence. Right? So, flat Earth, for example, could be considered a religion. When you hold beliefs despite evidence, that's religion. Right? And I know some people will say that they're Christian and say no, religion is like there's multiple things to do with religion, honestly, and it can be that you do get rid of some certain beliefs because of new evidence. Like maybe you believe in evolution, and you're Christian. I think that religion can be adapted to new evidence. Certainly. Like, it's essentially when you... Like, if you have evidence that disproves your religion, but you adapt your religion to that evidence, that's better than denying new evidence, honestly. Right? So, Christians that... years ago you might have Christians that say, well, evolution is a lie. And then you got these days, they don't say that evolution is a lie. They say, oh yeah, but it's the thing that God used to... I think that's better. I really do. I just think that it's... that there's still a lack of evidence for the basis of the belief. Alright. Anyway, time to ignore Ross Thatcher. Right? Because that's... that's fun. Alright! Who has seen Loki? Anyone? So, if anyone hasn't seen Loki, should I say, this will have spoilers, right? I love that show. Really good. I especially love the last episode. Didn't wrap up how I wanted it to. You might want to, I don't know, if you haven't seen Loki and you're watching this live, maybe go take a bit of a break, because we're going to be responding to I'll switch over to my camera once I've done this, once we've done the spoilers, because this video, it feels like it was made in 2016. It says 2021 here, but I'm maybe they've got a time machine. They traveled back to 2016. Oh, if you haven't seen Loki as well, I do recommend watching it, because it is a brilliant show. A few issues here and there. It is one of them things which we're going to get into certain things. Like sometimes it will be a bit confusing, but later on it explains it somewhat. There are still things that are confusing to me, but maybe that will be cleared up with future MCU stuff. Anyway, this video, I expected it to be a decent criticism of the Loki series, right? But it just felt... This video is slow, muddled, and badly written, alright? That's what this video is. Alright. Good to show that they've got their... that they're self-aware. Not really, but... Anyway, let's watch this video. There's going to be spoilers. But, Alright. So...
What are you going to do?
I might turn that down a bit. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
Make another show.
Now, it's no secret that Marvel on TV hasn't exactly distinguished itself so far. WandaVision started out with an intriguing premise, only to devolve into a generic CGI shitfest with unlikable characters and extremely questionable moral message.
Okay, so here's right here. WandaVision. I liked the first 8 episodes. The last episode just fell flat for me. It was one of them things where I know that the 9th episode was one of them things which was building to, you expect it to be a great finale, and then it was just... It's like... And it's like, how did they fail this hardly? Right? I liked Agatha. Agatha was great, especially her theme song. That was great. And the 8th episode was good as well. I did like the 8th episode. It was just the 9th episode that... So essentially, to give you a bit of context, well, everyone, you should have seen it. You should have seen it. So I don't have to explain myself to you. right? So this off to a good start, right? And yeah, the morals were definitely questionable in WandaVision. So yeah. So, Matt, let's see how he fails with the rest of it.
Jeez.
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
While Falcon and the Winter Soldier started out as a CGI shitfest with marginally likeable characters, only to devolve into a boring, preachy, critical race theory lecture session.
You've got it.
Oh, I forgot how. Oh yeah, so yeah, this is why it sounds like 2016. Even though like critical race theory is the newest boogeyman of conservatives online these days, but yeah, so. With Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I knew that there'd be people mad about the fact that they talked about, black issues. But it's not like it's not like he's wrong in a way, There are definitely people that will look at that look at Falcon becoming Captain America and go, Captain America's meant to be white. And I enjoyed it. I found it weird at times, like when they made the bad guy blow up a building just because they're bad. That felt it's kind of like you're trying to make someone the bad guy. I guess like the whole thing with the flag smashers was that they're saying, oh, okay, you're supposed to do things peacefully, Antifa shouldn't be, rioting, BLM shouldn't be rioting, do things peacefully. And yeah, I agree with that, There are times though when the frustration of people becomes understandable to the point where you can understand why they're doing actions that can be definitely questionable. You should try and do things peacefully. Unfortunately, giving a speech like this isn't really going to change much. Right? Saying, you got to do better. It's like, okay, well, how do you do better? But yeah, that's just my take on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That was a good action thing.
Do better, Senator.
Fuck off, Falcon. In fact, fuck everyone associated with this crap. Except craft services, those guys are awesome. Anyway, with those out of the way, we come at last to Loki, Marvel's third attempt to ruin a popular established character by making them do and say things that their cinematic counterparts never would, while telling a pointless and unsatisfying story that didn't need to be told in the first place. Ready? Too fucking bad, because like I tell Tatiana every Saturday night, I'm going in hard and fast on this one, and it's up to you to make the best of it. So pucker up and witness this. Loki picks up...
Some jokes are just weird, and I don't know why they need to exist. Like, I get when things are a joke, but I don't know, like... It's just weird jokes. That it's like, I don't find it funny. Maybe some people will. Yeah, I get what Q is saying. This guy is revolting. As I said, I get that it's a joke, but the joke doesn't need to exist. And I get that everyone knows what I'm talking about. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. Shouldn't have to spell it out,
During the events of Avengers Endgame, where a bit of time travel shenanigans allows Avengers-era Loki to escape custody with the Tesseract. But he's barely launched into his first ridiculously self-aggrandizing speech before a bunch of black stormtroopers show up and body-positive space cop stuns and captures him. I guess we'll just overlook the fact that Loki is half Asgardian, so he's got superhuman strength, endurance and reflexes, and...
Okay, so, Sure, he's got good reflexes. You show that with, it shows that with how he got defeated. But do you remember how he got defeated? Right? So when it comes to how Loki got defeated, it was he caught an arrow from Hawkeye, and then the arrow exploded. And then Hulk, who comes in and, bashes him around. Do you remember how he got defeated, right? That's how Loki got defeated. And, these TVA agents, they come in, they smack him with a thing, and he's... he starts falling in slow motion. But the TVA agent would have had years of training. Delay wants me to ask me to explain the entire MCU. It's hard to explain. But both those were superheroes, duh. Yeah. Still, technically you could call the TVA agents superheroes if you want. They'll have had training, of course, you don't just hire someone to go into the field that's going to be killed, the moment they go out. You want someone that's going to at least be able to try and hold their own ground. But and the body positive, some people can be, more overweight than others, right? If I see someone that's kind of big in a superhero film, I don't think, that's unrealistic. They should be skinny from all that training. No, I just think it's a person, right? It's just one of them things where it's weird criticism. Sounds like it's from 2016. You understand why I say this is from 2016, right?
And would almost certainly be able to fend off an attack like this. Gotta get whatever passes for a plot moving, I suppose. So body-positive space cop takes Loki to diverse commander lady, where he's found guilty of crimes against...
Why are they pointing out this... Okay, why are they pointing out that it's diverse? Right? I didn't even think about that during the show. I just thought, that's a person... That's a person that exists. 82 asks, where did the TVA come from? Yeah, the writing was kind of shit that does justify the questions in some criticisms. Yeah, it's the criticism that you got to think about, what things are worth criticizing and what things aren't worth criticizing. Saying that it's diverse, it's yeah, everything's diverse. Life is diverse. Yeah, Q is right. This guy does sound like a racist. I won't say that he's clearly racist because he might not be. It could be one of them things where he's just edgy anti-SJW, but it does sound kind of racist. 82 says he's pointing out those details because many producers have admitted to redressing and changing characters solely for the diversity and inclusion quotients. But it doesn't feel forced here, right? It's just oh yeah, some people are black, some people are white, that's the way that it is. I didn't really feel that when watching the show. It's not something that came across my mind. It's flowed naturally. I didn't... Sometimes there are things which it's oh, okay, that does seem a bit weird, but it's oh, okay, there are black people that exist. What's the problem with that, Anyway. We'll continue with this.
The Time Variance Authority, and sentenced to be erased from existence. What the fuck is the TVA, you may ask? Well, the short version is that there used to be a bunch of different timelines, kind of like parallel universes or whatever, but then it all got a bit out of hand and they started fighting each other. Why the fuck would you go to war against a different branch of existence that has absolutely no impact on your own? Don't know. The upshot is that 3 giant space
Okay, so this is where I start to. This is where the criticism is. Like, that wasn't that explained at the end, right? That they could interact, and so they went to. Did he watch the last episode, or he watched the last episode, right? That it explains it. Now, there are some criticisms here that, you know, when you get... that I have, you know. Like, when they disintegrated things and sent it to the void, right? Why... Or when they got pruned, why did they send all the matter as is to the void? Why didn't they just disintegrate the person? Like, literally just disintegrate the person, right? Kill them, and then send it to the void as a bunch of ashes, right? Like, why would they... Well, why not do the way that, you know, it stops it from ever being a problem, right? Why send something to the... Why send it to the void as is, where it can possibly one day ruin everything? It just... that's my criticism. I just... And also, the whole thing with how these time things work, with they disintegrate certain things that were affected to restore the timeline. Wouldn't that thing still have happened? Wouldn't they have to completely erase the timeline? How does erasing part of the timeline completely heal? I don't get it. It's one of those things which are best explained by it just does. So, you know, there are legitimate criticisms that you can have of this show. I have my own legitimate criticisms, especially when it comes to the last episode, but we'll get to that when we get there. All right.
Wizards somehow found a way to amalgamate all these different multiverses into one single timeline, and they created the TVA to maintain the integrity of it. And if anyone else is getting Umbrella Academy vibes from all of this, then rest assured you're not alone. Anyway, the TVA's main role is to hunt down variants, individuals who deviate from the correct flow of events and threaten the integrity of the timeline. How the fuck would you even begin to monitor something as infinitely vast and complex as the universe, where literally trillions of possible outcomes are decided every single nanosecond? How do the space lizards decide what the correct flow of events should be? Doesn't this mean that absolutely nothing that's happened up to this point actually means anything, because free will doesn't even exist? Don't know. The point is that Loki's escape with the Tesseract altered...
Okay, so... yeah, he's got a point there. Like, how would you even begin to monitor that? Like, the outside of time doesn't really work. It's a show, but, you know... it's one of the things where you got to suspend disbelief is an important thing when it comes to any fictional thing. Like, you can... yeah, it's one of those things. Like, I suppose it can be explained, but it is one of those things where... yeah, decent criticism. The thing that I took issue with was that last thing that he said. It's like, that's... the last thing that he said was, yeah, that's kind of the point of the show, that, you know, nothing you do, you don't have free will. That's kind of the point, right? The conflict in the show was, oh, you know, the TVA is taking away people's free will. Time to stop the TVA. At the start, it was sort of one of them things where it was, you know, as an audience member, you kind of think... in fact, I was like... I liked Mobius, but I was like... he's gonna have to turn against Mobius, isn't he? This is why you wait until the end of a show to criticize things. Right. That's a good idea. Alright, anyway. I think if I remember correctly, his criticisms do get better after this, but there are some very weird criticisms still to come up, so I think he has some legitimate criticisms after this, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the entirety of the video, so...
the timeline and marked him out as a variance. Wait, shouldn't Tony Stark be erased since he's the one who invented the time machine? Now, Loki's all...
Apparently, according to the show, he was meant to do that. Right? Like, these things were mentioned in the show. You can say that Loki had a point, yeah, but it was mentioned in the show.
set to be erased from history when Owen Wilson comes in with an offer he can't refuse. Help them to hunt down a particularly tricky variant they've been struggling to apprehend, and maybe they'll spare his life. I wonder why they want him in particular for a job like this.
What is this about?
This isn't about you.
No way!
Oh wow, who could have predicted that this masked figure would turn out to be another variant of Loki?
I mean, they kind of said that. Right? It was one of them things where it was like, okay, I can't remember if he made this criticism. It seems like the criticism that he would make. Like, it seemed like, right, after that reveal, that the only reason why they hid Sylvie's face was because to be like, oh my god, there's a woman Loki. It's like, because otherwise, you know, it'd be like if it was just Tom Hiddleston and it was like, yeah, it's Tom Hiddleston. But otherwise, it's like, you know, one of the things where it's, oh my god, it's woman Loki. It's like, why did they need to be masked? You know, it makes no sense. It's one of them things which was unnecessarily dramatic. And maybe he does criticize that, right?
Actually, because this Loki's a female, she's better than our version in every possible way. She's smarter, more cunning, more physically capable, better at fighting, and of course, she has a tragic backstory to totally...
I mean, they're both pretty equal. Did you not watch the last episode? In the last episode, they have a fight, and they're pretty on par with each other. The only difference is that this Loki the only difference is that this Loki has had years to come up with a plan, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that she's smarter, right? There's things that... it explains it, right? It kind of... Southern Cross says, this is a bit boring. Is this a new... No, it's a show. So yeah. It's just a weird, very weird criticism. I've never heard criticism this bad.
justify her actions in the present. Because, as you know, no woman is capable of being evil according to modern Hollywood.
I mean, has it never been female bad? Do you remember Hela? Like, does anyone remember? Does anyone remember Hela? Like Thor Ragnarok? I haven't watched many. What's it called? Late movies lately, but that's instantly comes to mind. You got Hela. You got. I'm not gonna use Black Widow because like the bad guy in that was a guy pretty much, just controlling a whole lot of women. So, but. Yeah. And the thing is that it makes sense, right? If most superheroes are guys, that most bad people will be guys as well. Like, it makes sense.
Anyway, female Loki is out to destroy the TVA, and naturally original Loki starts following her around like an obedient puppy until the two of them get stranded on a planet that's about to explode. And they also have the hots for each other, which is really weird when you consider that they're literally variations of the same person.
Yeah, so I think everyone thinks that's weird. I don't think that there's a person that thinks, yeah, this is fine, right? And I'm actually glad in the last episode that they kind of ruined that relationship. If you know what I mean. Like, so they basically betray each other. Surely that's going to, like, ruin any feelings that they have for each other, right? Surely. Sure. Right? You'd think, at least. What was the other... Oh yeah, so Loki following around like an obedient puppy. So they kind of have the same sort of plan, right? Similar plans. Like Loki wants to take over the TVA, Sylvie wants to destroy the TVA. You know, they can be helpful. And the way that I saw it, the way that I interpret it, was like Sylvie's going to destroy the TVA, and Loki's like, sure. Well, it's like Loki is thinking, at least this is what I assumed he was thinking, is I'm the superior Loki, so I'm going to help her topple the TVA and then betray her, and it seems like it would be the way that he'd do it, right? Betray her and then take the TVA for himself.
So, like, if they have sex, is that considered incest or masturbation? But look...
I'd consider it incest, right? I'd definitely consider that incest.
Luckily, the TVA show up just in the nick of time and rescue them, and original Loki gets trapped in a punishment time loop where he gets kicked in the balls over and over again.
Okay. So, I know that the show kind of explained this, right? So, the show kind of explained the ending, the how they get saved by it being ordained by Kang, which is really weird. Like Kang does seem like he got like a little bit too much. What's the way to put it? He got a bit too. He seemed too godlike for being just a scientist dude. Way too godlike for that. And then, so he's kind of ordained that. But it does seem kind of forced, like... It seemed like they either ran out of time and had to quickly save them, or I don't know. It's just really, really, really weird how that came to be. Q says, oh, come on, not incest, different version of yourself, but female. Who's to say you even share the same genes? I'd assume you say you share the same genes. I'd assume that. You'd share at least some of the same genes. I'd assume that you'd actually be... It'd be like if you... Yeah, it'd be like... You'd share some of the same genes. It's like if you had a sister, right? It's almost like a sister. Anyway, we'll continue on with this.
Fuck off, show! Eventually, the two Loki...
Yeah, that was a kind of painful bit to watch, just because it's like, ouch. Like, you know, you can watch people getting shot over and over again in like an action thing, but when someone gets kicked in the balls multiple times, you feel that.
reunite, get to the space lizards and kill them, but they turn out to be puppets, and the man pulling the strings is actually a crazy black guy living in a floating castle at the end of time and space.
Okay, why is he pointing out that it's a black guy? I don't know. It's just weird how he points out every diversity thing. And he does seem a bit crazy, but, you know, like, you'd have to be if you know most of the things that's happening, right? That's what gives him a bit of personality, right? I've seen people that say that King is doesn't seem like he has much personality and that he's going to be boring as Big Bad, but I liked the King that we saw at the Citadel. He's had personality. The kind of I really love villains like Arden from Final Fantasy 15, where they have this personality that is kind of, it's a bit of a playful personality, you know. That's why I liked Negan from The Walking Dead. He had that personality where it's you know he's a dick, but he's you know, how do I explain this? You know Negan's a dick, right? But you know when he's on screen kind of thing. He doesn't hide himself. He plays around a bit, which in a way can be a bit of your downfall. Which, the charisma would be the thing that I'm talking about. They have this sort of charisma. They're crazy, but that gives them the charisma.
And he explains that he used to be a scientist who discovered all the multiverses and made contact with other versions of himself, but eventually they fell out and a war almost wiped out the universe until he recruited a giant space monster thing to eat all the other timelines so that his reality was the only one left. If the other multiverses were allowed to regrow, it would spawn new versions of himself that would eventually start the whole war again. The result is a kind of paradox.
So he did watch it! You know, see, it explains it!
Where the Lokis have only two choices. Either kill him and start a multiversal war that will result in his eventual resurrection, or take over themselves and carry on his work. Either way, well, he wins. Quite the conundrum if I do say so myself. But then female Loki just says fuck it and kills him anyway, and original Loki ends up in a different reality so that the show can set up the multiverse of madness.
What's the problem with that? Right? Like, I do think that the TVA could have been handled better. Like, okay, here's the thing. So, the TVA is... The way that was handled in the MCU is definitely sloppy. A bit weird. Just the whole thing of trying to prune realities doesn't really make sense. Like, I do remember hearing that in the comics, the way that the TVA was it just watched over all the realities. And didn't really get involved all that much. It got involved sometimes, but not too often. And that's how the TVA worked. It wasn't trying to prune realities. Now, they've repurposed it for the MCU. And so the idea in the MCU is that TVA is trying to prune realities, and, you know, they try and make it, they have this sacred timeline. The thing is, they didn't really need to do that. Like, they've retconned Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the MCU. I think they've retconned Agent Carter out. They basically said, okay, this is no longer canon. Also, same with Inhumans and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like, okay, so you didn't really think ahead, right? Having to retcon things out because you want to add a new plot point in it's bad writing. But that being said, if we don't consider things like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., then this is a fun show. Anyway, we've got 5 minutes of this thing. Oh yeah, I do remember some of the criticisms that I do have to point out.
Honestly, just when I think the MCU can't get any dumber or more disrespectful to its own legacy, along comes something like Loki to totally subvert my expectations. This show is an insult, not just to Marvel or its characters, but to basic storytelling, common sense and human intelligence. It's a perfect example of what happens when hubris, agenda and greed take priority over storytelling. A show made by people who either don't understand or openly hate the very property they've inherited.
Alright, so agenda, I think the agenda here is to make money, right? I find it really weird when people a lot of people, especially conspiracy-minded people, will talk about agenda, right? Now, generally agenda means diversity, right? So that's what they sort of mean when they say agenda. They're like talking about diversity, and diversity didn't ruin it. The only sort of diversity thing that you could say could be an issue in Loki was the fact that they hid female Loki until the reveal. And it's like, that reveal was kind of forced. But if that is a legitimate criticism. But the other diversity in it isn't. I don't have a problem with it, right?
Or simply don't care about anything except using them as a platform for the message.
See what I mean? Right? I don't see how this. Oh yeah, there is one small thing which does have some legitimate criticism, so we'll get to that.
Loki himself now talks and acts like a completely different person, falling.
Okay, there's a thing that could be, character growth is a thing.
For obvious deceptions that he never would have before, making dumb decisions that are.
Falling for obvious deceptions, like what? What deceptions does... Oh, how people with emotions have deceptions, right? It's people change. That's a thing that happens.
Totally inappropriate to the situation, or failing to come up with any logical plans, contingencies, or counters to anything that's happening. This version of Loki is emotional, short-sighted, impulsive, stupid, weak, needy, and gullible. In short, a once smart, calculating, and formidable character has been artificially dumbed down in order to make this fucking shit show possible.
He didn't seem he found out the thing to do with, what's it called? The apocalypse thing, right? He's not stupid. He showed that he's smarter than Mobius. And there are things that it's kind of like, the whole thing with the, where he tried to... There are things where it's kind of like, yes, he was being an obvious, as obvious that he was lying. And he, it was one of the things where at the start you sort of thought, maybe, is he being truthful here? And it's like, no, he was obviously lying. Just the way that the show framed it with the, wait, don't go outside. And then, he was obviously trying to get to the timekeepers. And the show makes that obvious, right? And yeah, it was one of the things where I don't think that he was as dumb as this person was trying to make him out to be. Yeah, sure, he had dumb moments, but same with the original Avengers, right? He had dumb moments in that. It's just, Like, he is also emotional, and like even in the Avengers, that's kind of the point. Like, even people have emotions just because. Like, I don't even really. I mean, seeing your own death, right, would make you emotional as well. You know, just because, like, it's like he's saying that Loki can't change. But anyway.
I've said before that any character, no matter how awesome, is only ever as smart as the person writing them, and well, make of that what you will. But hey,
I mean,
at least
that's true.
he's bisexual now, as we find out in a blink and you'll miss it scene that I'm willing to bet 99% of the audience didn't even notice or care about.
Or perhaps another prince.
A bit of both. I suspect the same as you.
Oh my god, I was literally shaking. Not that any...
Okay, so when it comes to that, I actually found more LGBTQ people criticizing that than praising it. Right? It's one of them things where a lot of people will point to these point to corporations pandering to LGBT things, saying, okay, they're just pandering. It's woke gone mad that they want. It's like, no, like the LGBT people criticize the pandering because it's badly handled, right? Just because something has illusion, like, so with Loki, right? As he said, it was a throwaway line. And as I said, well, I don't think I said this, but that is a valid criticism, right? Saying that it was a throwaway line. Yeah, that's the criticism, is that it is a throwaway line, but the reason that he's criticizing it is not the same reason that everyone else is criticizing it. Everyone is criticizing it because it's a throwaway line. It's not explored in any way. It's just one of them things where it's, so he's bi. Okay, cool. Are we going to do anything? No, we're not going to do anything. We've got to keep this available in China, right? Because the Chinese government doesn't allow depictions of LGBTQ issues, right? Or not issues, but depictions of LGBTQ depictions, right? Doesn't allow that, so they keep it in a throwaway line that can just be like, doesn't really necessarily, it's a blink and you miss it kind of thing. So that it gets approved in China, so that they can get the China dollars. Yeah, but they're not going to act on it. And so that disappoints a lot of people that are in that community. They're not soy-facing over it. They are criticizing it too, just for different reasons.
Any of this particularly matters anyway, because really, Loki is just a side character in his own show. The real star of this story is female Loki, better known as Sylvie, a version of him that escaped TVA custody as a child by stamping on an agent's foot.
I would actually... Hold on. Does he? I don't think he...
And she's been on the run most of her...
Yeah, he doesn't even criticize it. He could have, right, said... how was the TVA able to capture that Loki? The Loki that he could have said, how was the TVA able to capture the Loki that has been trained in or that has been in his prime, so to speak, but wasn't able to keep female Loki. It's like, it's kind of weird, right? But it's a valid criticism. It's surprising why he didn't bring that up. You'd think he would. Like, he did criticize that they were able to capture Loki. It's like, one of them, choose one. You know, you can't have them both. It does seem like a kind of forced... thing. So... Yeah, it would have made more sense if she had gotten some kind of help. You know, maybe if one of the TVA agents helped her out, that would have made more sense. Hell, Novelima says, Disney is always virtue signaling. They pretend to care about social issues, but then they shrink POC characters in China posters and film movies close to literal concentration. Yeah. Like, that's one of the things with corporations. They pretend to care about issues, right? They'll do it for the LGBT dollars, right? But then they'll, as soon as it comes to actually do anything, it's like, no. Like, there's the whole Gravity Falls thing. Remember that guy from Gravity Falls that wasn't allowed to include, I think it was a scene where it showed that a character was explicitly like LGBT or something, but Disney said, no, you're not allowed to do that. I think it was Gravity Falls. But every Pride Month, they push out LGBT merchandise to Panda. Anyway, what's more of this? As I said, this video feels like it was made in 2016, but published in 2021.
Her life, plotting for a way to take revenge. The entire narrative is basically structured around this character and her objective, and original Loki is just along for the ride. Sylvie is the one making...
I mean, it is one of the things where I did empathise a bit more with male Loki than female Loki, because you do understand her plight, but like, it is mostly centered around male Loki, isn't it? Like, they both need each other, kind of thing. It wouldn't work without one or the other. The name of the show is called Loki, so it makes sense that it has more than one Loki.
all the major decisions, winning all the important battles, figuring out the most vital clues, and generally driving the plot forward. While
Did she? I mean, okay, so she figured out Eliath could be enchanted, right? Which, you know, you kind of need the power of enchantment for that. But the person that won that battle was Old Man Loki, actually. So, let's try and think. In the whole TVA thing, it was... She didn't really... Like, I don't really see it as her winning a battle. What? Where'd she win a major battle? The last thing? When she killed the guy? That was due to a betrayal. No, I didn't really... I'm just trying to think. Like, when... Okay, so there was... When Loki got pruned, there was that. But that was when they thought the battle was over. Yeah, I can't really think of any times. There was a few... Okay, so there was a battle on the train. And Loki got thrown out. She had to kind of go out as well. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that could be one, like... But that was one of them things where she just needed to jump off the train, I'd say. And they didn't really win that battle either. Like, the fact that they weren't able to repair the tempad meant that they lost the battle. I just can't think of, apart from that battle on the train, I can't really think of any battles that she won for Loki. No, like, let me know. Like, was there any battles that she won that would have that she particularly won? I'd have to go back and watch the 4th episode because I can't remember the one against the Timekeepers. Oh, she did help out there though, because with the but that was more to do with the like there's a battle against the end of the series, but that was like one of them betrayal things, right? She needed to betray Loki in order to win that battle. Like, doesn't seem like she could have otherwise. Yeah, it does. Like, was there the... I would have to go back and watch the TVA one, because I do remember she comes in it, or the one in the TVA where against Timekeepers, because that one she could have won for Loki. I can't remember exactly if she did. I think she helped out, but that was due to I think it was B, the agent, the TVA agent, that she's able to come and help, I think, if I remember correctly.
Original Loki just kind of stumbles along behind her looking confused. Jesus, what a fucking waste of an amazing actor. The hallmark of shitty writers is their inability to elevate their own mediocre work, either through lack of talent, intelligence, or creativity. So instead, they resort to tearing down everyone else to make themselves look better. Like the...
Okay, so there is one part that I do think was badly written. And that's when they get saved. Like, that part was like, if you need to resort to a Deus Ex Machina sort of situation, then it's a bad, then it's bad writing. But that's the only time that I think I've seen that kind of thing in the show. Oh, the other one is the Sylvie stepping on the foot of stepping on the foot of the TVA agent. That's the other one.
Infinity Stones, for example, which were set up as some of the most powerful and destructive objects in the known universe, only for the TVA to use them as paperweights. Because that makes the TVA look really cool, right? Or
it's more just establishing that Infinity Stones don't work in the TVA. You know? It does make sense. They explain that magic doesn't work in the TVA. Same with which goes for the Infinity Stones. Goes for Loki's powers.
Loki himself, who was once a cool and ruthless antagonist, but now he's a background character in his own story, constantly getting outsmarted, overpowered and humiliated by a selection of strong, diverse female characters. Honestly, this shit is so fucking ridiculous and predictable at this point that it barely even qualifies as storytelling. It's just recycling the same formula and ticking the same boxes over and over again. Constantly.
So it does have some of the same formula, like one of the antagonists being another version of himself. Like, you could say that Marvel is taking the, the villain being the character to the extreme there. But that's more of, but she's not the entire antagonist throughout the show, right? And I didn't find it predictable, I mean, to be fair, the Kang being the person at the end was predictable, but it was more of people noticed things, right? It was like, oh yeah, like this person. It was more of them laying clues, and it's like, oh yeah, this is who it's gonna be. If you didn't know about the comics, you wouldn't know that it was gonna be Kang, right? Which can be considered lazy writing, right? If you rely on the comics to make the reveal of a bad guy known, then yeah, that's kind of lazy writing. If you rely on the comics to make the ultimate reveal interesting, that's lazy writing. But yeah, like, he didn't mention that, did he? I didn't even mention that. Anyway.
Belittling and mocking the work of previous writers doesn't just bring down their accomplishments, it diminishes your own, such as they are. It implies that you don't have enough confidence in your own work to put it on an equal playing field, and the only way to win is to retroactively handicap the other players. The problem is that your audience isn't as dumb as you. They can see exactly what you're doing, and they know why you're doing it. The writing direction...
You know, it's almost like some of his criticisms were seen by the people that knew what they were doing and why they were doing it. Like, you know, the whole thing to do with the LGBT stuff, right? Maybe the LGBT community knew what Disney was doing here and knew why they were doing it, and also criticized them.
And pacing is some of the worst I've seen in any MCU product ever. The first 3 episodes are basically an endless stream of dull conversations over a table, or dull conversations over lunch, or dull conversations over a drink. Everyone is always talking, but none of them are saying anything worth listening to. It's all trite, irrelevant, repetitive garbage. Like the...
Like, I think that a lot of people, when it comes to things like movies and shows, they like action, right? And I understand liking things go boom, right? You know, but I think that it's good when things have I think that it's good for shows and movies to have a bit more dialogue. I liked some of the dialogue in Loki, right? That thing over lunch where he explains it. That was a funny scene. I think that if the dialogue is at least, if it's not advancing the story, it should be funny. Because that builds character, right? Building character is very important. You want to build up your characters. You don't want your characters to all be, this is a character. No, you want to get to know characters. Sometimes, okay, so I remember playing Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, and there was a part of the game where it slows down a lot. There's no action. You're not fighting anyone. All of it's text. And yeah, if it was one of them things where it had been voiced, I would have enjoyed it more. But it is important for building character. You know, you go around and you find out the character that's sort of joining you, right? There's no fighting until the end of that plot line. There's this kid that is only in the slow parts of the game, so he appears again, but only for another part of the slow parts, which is again for building character, and it makes you care more about the characters rather than, you know, just trying to advance the plot. I feel like a lot of people have this idea where character building takes a back seat to them. where everything must be to advance the plot. And I don't think that's a good mindset to have. I think that you need to have... obviously, you do need to advance the plot. Like, if the plot gets too slow, then that's bad. And in Crisis Core, like during the moments that I'm talking about, the main plot took a backseat during these points, right? It's just one of them things where you didn't have to worry about the plot. But with this, yeah, the plot gets portrayed a bit. Now, the first episode, I will admit, it is kind of slow, but it is important for building, because it's not... Firstly, it's showing Loki and making a few changes to, letting him know how he's changed, or how he's changing for this show. Showing him his future, right? And how he reacts to that. That's pretty important, I think. And then there's getting to know the character of Mobius.
First episode, which is basically Loki talking about his feelings and insecurities for 45 minutes, eventually admitting that he's a weak, fragile attention seeker. Oh god, make it stop! Remember when scripts would show characters acting with a consistent pattern of behaviour and trust the audience to make up their own minds about them, instead of straight up telling you what their personality is? Characters constantly repeat things they've already said, reiterate stuff the audience already knows, and circle back to previous ideas and conversations without adding anything new, and it all just smacks of lazy, bloated, amateurish writing that desperately needs to be tightened up.
So, when it comes to the whole thing about Loki saying, "Oh, I'm weak," or whatnot, or desperate grip, I think the line was a desperate attempt at power, or something like that. Anyway, that was more of him realizing about himself rather than him spelling it out for the audience. There's a difference here. You need... right? So, sometimes there's characters that don't know the things that the audience know. And having them just go, "Oh yeah, this is..." Just having them go, oh yeah, I figured this out off screen. It's like, where'd that come from? People would be complaining more if Loki had just all of a sudden changed and then was a different person. That's what people would complain about if there wasn't that first episode. Sure, it might have been slow, but that doesn't make it unimportant.
Fans of talented writers and directors, this show could easily have been wrapped up in 3 or 4 tightly scripted episodes, instead of this tedious, repetitive shite churned out by talentless hacks that were happy to stand on the shoulders of giants and take a shit all over them in the process. And what's...
That is I will admit, that is a funny joke there. Like, yes, stand on top of the shoulders of giants and take a shit all over them. Yeah, that's a funny joke. I'll give him credit there. Hey, at least some of his jokes land.
Funny here is that the show actually tries to grapple with big, meaty philosophical ideas, like the toppling of dictators leading to a destructive power vacuum, or the paradoxical choice between secure servitude and chaotic free will. But because the writers are fucking idiots, the show's unable to offer any meaningful insights or solutions to any of this stuff. It's just kill the bad guy and hope for the best. The upshot is that Loki is quite simply a waste of time and money.
So, when it comes to the whole thing with power vacuums, like, yeah, I think it more deals with free will, and it deals with the idea of whether something is... whether it is good to... take away people's free will for the greater good. That's something that it does try and grapple with. But I don't think that it's necessarily trying to... I don't think that it's necessarily trying to give you an answer. Like, does everything have to be spelled out for you? Do you think people are watching this going, I don't know if it's good to take away people's free will. Oh, I wish the show would have told me if it was. No, people are more likely to... have discussions about it. You know, go, okay, well, I don't think that it's good for reasons of this, and this. And then someone could go, well, I disagree. I think that the greater good is always what should be kept on top. Now, if you can do it without taking away people's free will, then, yeah, you should do it that way. But maybe it's good to just enact fascism. Obviously, I don't think that it's good to enact fascism. I don't think that was me speaking from my own thing. Like, you know, it's one of them things where it doesn't give you the answer. Like, you could read into it and say, well, obviously it was... Obviously, you could say that, oh, Loki is saying that fascism is good. Right? You could say that. But that's when you read into the fact that, you know, Kang was right. But in saying that, you know, doesn't Loki and Sylvie don't they deserve? Could there be another way? And this is only in the context of a multiverse, right? This is only in the context of a multiverse. With the singular universe, you got to... if this was all set in a singular universe and they had, like, the TVA was not... was more of an authoritarian dictatorship, yeah, it would be different. It's very different scenarios which you can't really apply Loki to reality because, again, Loki has the threat of a multiverse. Reality so far doesn't.
A waste of talented actors and interesting characters, and a waste of all the years of hard work that made this show possible in the first place. The Infinity Saga was all about hooking you in and getting you invested, but it's becoming pretty obvious that the honeymoon is over now, and so is the fun that came with it. Now the MCU is all about quotas, messages, and smashing down everything they built up. Kind of like the comic book industry now that I think about it. Well, if that's the case, they're...
Okay, so I think that's it for this video. Yeah, so when it comes to that, like I think that the Phase 4 is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to Kang. I didn't get any, like, diversity in Loki wasn't obnoxious like he's trying to make it out to be. It really didn't seem obnoxious at all. I think that there's still one of them. I think they still need the elements of hooking you in, which, you know, especially after a long break. You know, WandaVision was the first thing. They're basically using the TV shows as a platform to try and hook people in by the scenes of it. Because Black Widow didn't really work to hook you in. It's more of... would have fit more into Phase 3, honestly. Which, hey, the whole Black Widow thing was actually... If you were worried about Disney's or Marvel's adversity to, or if you're worried about Marvel's trying to pander to audiences, remember when they didn't want to make a Black Widow movie because it wouldn't sell? Remember that? It's almost like they realized that Wonder Woman did well and was like, oh, yeah, we can make money off this, so let's make a Black Widow movie. Anyway, on to the next thing. Alright. So, speaking of Karens, some people are saying that Karen will be considered hate speech, right? Some people are saying that. Obviously, there are some disagreements about whether it would be, especially when it comes to the hate speech laws that are in New Zealand. And Jacinda Ardern had a brilliant response to Judith Collins, or Karen Collins as I have called her in the past. Let's take a look.
What is her response to Tova O'Brien, who wrote, quote, Jacinda Ardern is wrong about her own hate speech law, completely and utterly wrong. Not only is the Prime Minister wrong about the basic facts of the proposal, she is wrong to shut down debate on hate speech, end quote.
Mr. Speaker, I also disagree with that statement, and I also, as it happens, disagree with the member's statement on Twitter that somehow it will become illegal to call someone a Karen. That is absolutely incorrect, and I apologise. That means these laws will not protect that member from such a claim.
Oh, why is my spacebar not pausing it? So yeah. That was hilarious when I saw it. It's great that we've got people in Parliament that actually have a sense of humour rather than them all just being, really serious. I like having that. Obviously, in America and other places, it's much more serious than over here. But it's great to be able to make jokes, I think. Which is unfortunate when you can't make jokes. I feel like politics has become so serious lately that people have forgotten that humour is a thing. But yeah. Anyway, but Jacinda Ardern, not Jacinda Ardern, Judith Collins' response was, she did seem very embarrassed. Let's take a look.
Point of order?
Order.
Sorry, I really meant to say, I've decided actually not to ask that point. I've decided not to ask that point. I thought it would be cruel to ask it, so I won't. I'll just ask a supplementary if I may.
She seemed very embarrassed there. I've never seen someone look so flustered after being called out. So yeah, that's an interesting thing that I saw on YouTube recently. I had to highlight that because it's just great and it shows you a glimpse of politics in New Zealand. Anyway, I'm going to take a look at chat. We've got Don Giovanni saying, Biden shut down a Republican by asking about the crazy things Q-tards believe. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. And the George said, ahoy hoy planet, been a while. How are you doing, mate? I've been doing well. You want a game of chess at the end of the stream? Because I've been playing some bullet chess recently. It's been fun. You got to move. Been moving within it's one of the things which is great exercise for the mind, if you want to. Because with chess, you got to think on the spot. But I have noticed that a lot of people are responding to Ross Thatcher in the chat. It's one of the things where it's something which Ross trolls and then people respond. Do some Republicans think that Democrats drink children's blood? Oh, wow. It seems like the thing you'd ask Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right. Yeah. It is an amusing thing to do. I personally... I gave him a bit of attention at the start, but... It's one of those things where I try not to give the flat earthers too much attention because... Well, in the chat anyway. Yeah. I'm not saying that it's bad, by the way. It's just... It's only bad when I want to see what people are saying about what I'm saying. Right? That's the only time that it's bad. If I've said something and I want to see what people think about what I've said. But then people will usually have... There'll be someone that will be more talking about what I'm saying rather than... Wasn't MTG banned on Twitter? I think she was! But I also saw a statement on Twitter by MTG, and it's like... I think it was like a brief suspension or something. And it's like, how are you putting this on Twitter if you've been banned from Twitter? What? But anyway, I want to get into something that I've been hearing a lot about. So recently I've got an ad on Facebook. Right? I don't often go on Facebook, although I have found a good meme page recently, which has brought me more to Facebook. Anyway, I saw an ad, which it's you go here and you type in something, and it says that you type in a phrase to let Jacinda Ardern determine whether or not it was hate speech, and they said that it was using advanced machine learning. I want people to give me an idea for a sentence, and I will put it in here, right? And we'll determine whether whether it will be hate speech or not, right? Right? Someone give me a sentence, right? And we'll determine whether it is. You want to put in planner walk. Okay. Submit. Is this hate speech? Submit. Why are you not... Is this site broken? Hold on, let me reload the page. I think it's broken. Planner walk is cool. Planner walk is a baby poo face. Like, nah, it's broken. Wait, does it work on... Hold on. Does it work on Chrome? Maybe it only works on Chrome. Oh, someone had a good idea. Matt Powell has an inflatable banana in his backyard, which he calls Dr. Peel. Alright, let's see if this works. Nope, the site's broken. Wow. Wow. Actually, let me try something. Let me try this. Maybe it wants me to use the Facebook link. Nah, the site's broken. Okay. Alright, that didn't work out as well as I thought. I thought it was going to allow me to type in something and then... Because when I did type it in, it said, oh, we can't... typed in, let's go to the movies or something like that. And it's like, we don't know whether this is hate speech. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I was hoping to have some fun with this. Oh well. Maybe they'll eventually fix it up. But what I want to do is, a lot of people have been talking about the hate speech laws in New Zealand, and they have been quite controversial because some people say that it is not right to label certain speech as hate speech. And other people are saying, well, you can't just go into a public place and start, calling people slurs, right? Like, do you think I'd be allowed to go outside and say, oh, this person is a, N-word, start shouting the N-word at everyone, especially like shouting the N-word at black people, right? If I went outside, started shouting the N-word at black people, right? Now, I could say that this is my free speech, I'm allowed to do that, but not really, right? It's like, there would be some people that would come along and clock me in the face if I started doing that. You definitely have that happen. But, like, should I be allowed to do that? I don't think so. I think that there is a limit. Now, you could classify that as harassment, which I think that's a good way to put it down, as harassment, because I'm going outside and shouting things. Public indecency. Public indecency is a thing that is illegal, and hate speech seems like it could be a subsection of public indecency if you're doing it in public, of course. But what I want to do is I want to see what I agree with, what I disagree with in this here. I probably won't go through all 36 pages. I'll probably just go through like the summary because so we'll start with summary of proposals, and we'll actually see what it says, right? Rather than just saying, oh, you're not gonna be allowed to call someone a Karen, right? We'll actually look at what it says, because that's what a lot of people have been saying. They've been saying, oh, you can't do this because, and it's like, no, we want to. And you can also make a submission. If you disagree with this, tell the government about it. If you agree with some and disagree with others, say, hey, look, I think that we want to... You got until the 6th of August, right? You got a week and 5... You got until, not this Friday, but the Friday after, to say, hey, look, I disagree with certain things, right? So let's go through. So, summary of proposals. The government has agreed in principle to all of the proposals listed below. In principle, agreements means a broad, general agreement to the proposals, but not on detailed specific changes. This means the government thinks that the changes are a good idea, but wants to hear what other people think before making a final decision and proposing legislation to change the law. The proposals may be changed based on feedback received. That is very important, right? Like, if it's one of them things where if they get a lot of backlash about certain things in the summary of proposals, they can go, okay, well, we're just not going to include that, right? It's something that it's more democratic this way, actually, if you think about it. Sure, it's not a referendum or anything, but it's saying, hey, look, let's get the public's feedback, rather than it just being made behind closed doors. So I think that's a good thing. A detailed description of these proposals and the reasons they are being proposed is available from page 17 of this document. I might take a look there because that skips quite a bit. These proposals are only a small part of the government's response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into the terrorist attack at Christchurch, Macedon on 15th of March 2019. Some of the other government work to understand and address hate crime and hate speech more generally is listed in page 25. You can find more information about this and other work to respond to the recommendations here. Alright. Proposals against incitement of hatred/hostility. Increasing the groups that are protected by the incitement provisions. Proposal 1. Change the language in the incitement provisions in the Human Rights Act 1993 so they protect more groups that are targeted by hate speech. Currently, a group of people that are protected under the Act if hatred is incited in a specific way against them because of their colour, race, ethnic, or national origins. Under this proposal, more groups would be protected by the law if hatred was incited against them due to a characteristic they have. This may include some or all of the other grounds in the Human Rights Act. These grounds are listed in Section 21 of the Act, which is included at Appendix 1. Okay, so my thoughts. I think that's probably reasonable, right? Because this does not include, like, if you are, if someone incites hatred against you because you are trans, or if you are gay, if you are, mostly that, then it's not considered, it's not considered hateful speech, right? Someone does it because you're. I think there'd still be a few other things that wouldn't be protected, right? But those are the first things that come to mind. Disabled, right? If you're disabled, that's not included in colour, race, ethnic, or national origins. So if you're disabled, trans, if you're gay or bi or whatnot, then you're not protected. So I think that's fairly good. Okay, making clearer what behaviour the law prohibits and increasing the consequences for breaking the law. Proposal 2. Replace the existing criminal provision in the Human Rights Act 1993 with a new criminal offence in the Crimes Act 1961 that is clearer and more effective. I do have to say that I may be a bit iffy on this part here. The law would change so that a person who intentionally incites, stirs up, maintains, or normalizes hatred against any specific group of people based on a characteristic listed in Proposal 1 would break the law if they did so by being threatening, abusive, or insulting, including by inciting violence. Okay. Alright, so this is actually something very interesting, because I thought I might be disagreeing here when I saw the normalizing hatred part, because normalizes hatred, that's something that does seem very broad, but you got to do so by being threatening, abusive, or insulting, or inciting violence. Now, now inciting violence, I think that's illegal. I think that's already illegal. Threatening, that's threatening, abusive, or insulting. Now, insulting is one of the ones that's kind of broad. I don't like the wording here because I insult people all the time, but I don't think that it's good to insult people based on like certain characteristics. Like I don't think that it's good to, like, if you try and insult me by calling me a cracker, right? Then I think that's bad, right? I don't think that you should call me a cracker to try and insult me. I think that there's more entertaining insults that you can do, right? I wouldn't be insulted by that, and I certainly wouldn't want you to get you arrested. The normalizes hatred part, that is a hard part to say. Like it's one of them things where I don't want people to normalize hatred, and I think that it needs to be. I think that people need to be cognizant. The word. I can't remember the exact word. I think it's something like cognizant. Something hard to pronounce. And think, okay, will this normalize hatred against a certain group of people? Like, for example, a classic example would be, trigger warning here, I'm gonna say the R word. Alright? So, a classic example would be the use of the word retard, right? That word, a lot of people don't like when you say that, right? And I think that there are some cases where you shouldn't say that, right? If you are calling a disabled person retarded, you should not do that, because that is a word that is generally more insulting, right? And there is discussion of whether that's a good word to use. Some people say that you got people on one side saying that no, you should never say that word. In fact, there are some people that would have me cancelled for saying that word just now. I don't think that it's good. As I said, I don't think that it's good to use it on people that actually suffer from either cognitive impairment or especially if they suffer from like if you've got ADHD, for example. If someone's calling you retarded for having ADHD, I think that's a bad thing, because it is normalizing hatred. If they're calling you that, though, for having ADHD, right? I think that you can say it in a in a way that isn't normalizing hatred, right? Because I don't think that. Well, I think that it's actually bad to link it being. I think that it's probably a bad idea to link it with mental disabilities, because of the simple fact that in a way, it's kind of looping back around and calling people with mental disabilities. Yeah, I mean, it is a derogatory word, and it is meant to elicit emotions, right? You're basically calling someone stupid, but in a more derogatory way. And I think the issue is that, like, because when I was growing up, like, everyone said it. Like, I was, like, I'd probably be called retarded, like, every couple of days. And, everyone said it. And it did get to a point where it just didn't refer to the people that it initially referred to. People that had that were mentally impaired. And I think that it can be good to have a word no longer mean what it was initially. Because, like, stupid used to be essentially the same, just not as what's the word for it? Abrasive, I guess, is the way to put it. And so, I think that is one of them things where by using words you can make them lose meaning, and sometimes that's good. I think that... Now, obviously, completely ignoring the meaning is maybe a bad thing. Like, there are some words that I don't use specifically because I understand that they have meaning, and maybe losing the meaning would be a bad thing. Like, And I mean bad thing as in given the entire context of the word, right? Like, so the N-word, for example, I'm not going to use that to try and make it lose meaning, because I do understand that it is a harmful word. It has a long history. I would like the word to no longer be offensive, but it will always have that history about it, right? And if I use it 1,000 times, it's just going to make me seem like a dick rather than making it lose that history. People can understand what I mean, right? But yeah, as I said, like, I think it's more about how you... I think words, it's more how you use it. Alright, if someone calls me the N-word, I'm just going to be like... I'd probably be more flattered if someone calls me the N-word, but mostly because they're probably, like, using it in a more endearing way, right? But if they used it in an offensive way, I'd be confused, because I'd be like, do you mean cracker? So yeah, anyway, continuing on, the person would break the law no matter how they made the threat, abuse, or insult. It would not matter if it was verbally made to another person in writing, in drawing or words, or online, such as on social media, in an email, or a digital message. Okay, that's fair. That is fair if you agree with this, right? Because, you know, if I go online and start calling people the N-word, then that's a bad thing. You know, that's whether I should get fined for it is another question. Proposal 3: increase the punishment for the criminal offence to better reflect the seriousness. It would be changed from up to 3 months imprisonment or a fine of up to $7,000 to up to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of up to $50,000. I'm not too... I don't think that yeah, I'm not too keen on this part. Yeah, I'm not too keen on this. I think that it would be better educating people on what is good and what's bad. Yeah, I'm not too keen on maybe up to like $10,000 fine and maybe like 6 months imprisonment at most, but I'm not too keen on this part. Proposal 4: change the language of the civil incitement provision to match the changes being made to the criminal provision. Okay, that seems fair. Yeah. Improving the protections against wider discrimination. Proposal 5: change the civil provision so that it makes incitement to discriminate against the law. Okay, this is actually fair, I think. The law would change so that a person was prohibited from inciting or stirring up other people to discriminate against any groups because of characteristic protected by the law. A person who encourages others to treat members of a protected group worse or differently than others would be breaking the law. This would mean that a person could then complain to the Human Rights Commission. Yep, I agree with this. Yep, I do agree with this. Like, it's like if I say, like, let's say I take what's his name, Steven Crowder, and his whole thing against Carlos Maza, I think, that Vox guy, and you know he was basically inciting discrimination against that person, which is not a good thing. I can see that, and that actually makes this kind of make sense, right? This part here, it makes it make sense. Okay, I can kind of see that. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think that the 3 years imprisonment or a fine of up to $50,000 should probably only count for like things like incitement to discriminate. Because here's the thing: I think that it's much better to go after people that incite others to discriminate rather than the people doing the discrimination, right? Sure, it makes you more money if you go after everybody doing the discrimination, but if I am a influential person and I'm saying you should hate this group of people, you should discriminate against this group of people, then that's something that is more on me than those individual people, right? Like, they may not have done that if it wasn't for me, if I were to say that. So I think that, I think that this is fair. Proposal 6. Add to the grounds of discriminations in the Human Rights Act to clarify that trans, gender diverse, and intersex people are protected from discrimination. Currently, as it is against the law to discriminate against people because of their sex, the government considers that this protects against discrimination because of gender identity or gender expression or people's sex characteristics or intersex status, but the law could be clear about this. The law would change to specifically cover these aspects of gender and sex. Yep, I think that should be done. If you're going to be consistent, be consistent. I like this. I think that they could also add disabled people. I think that I think that that's something that could be added. If I'm being completely honest, I think that they could add about disabled people, because I know that disabled people get a lot of hate. So yeah, do they? I want to see if this contains any word on disabilities. Okay, so it does currently protect disabled people. Okay, cool. And this is page 17, so... Okay, cool. It's good to clarify, because I didn't know that until now. Yeah, it sucks that disabled people are kind of... like, it's only first mentioned on page 17. It could have mentioned it earlier. So, yeah, it says, what is the current law? It says, oh, it's not included under the current law. My bad. I didn't read the thing. Yeah. So religion, gender, sexuality, and disability. So it wants to add that in. Okay. The government thinks that the incitement of hatred for these reasons is also wrong and worthy of being subject to civil and criminal processes. The Royal Commission also considered that religion should be included in the provisions. Yeah, that makes sense. That's one of the things where it gets murky, because if I don't want, as long as it doesn't become criminal to say, I believe that your religion is wrong and here's why. Or if I were to say, I think that your religion is based on superstition, or I think that your religion is nonsense. But then again, if I'm saying that their religion is nonsense, I'm not attacking them as a person, I am attacking their religion. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that I'd probably be okay with saying that religions are wrong. I think that saying that religious people should be persecuted or something would be one of the things where it would say, hey, you probably shouldn't, you know. It'd be like if I were to say that flat earthers should all be murdered or something, then that would be a bit of a problem, right? What will this proposal do? Yeah, we've already seen what this proposal will do. So this is the more expanded version of the proposal. So the proposal would change the wording. This would still apply to groups based on color, race, ethnic, or national origin. It would also cover speech that incites hatred or hostility against other groups protected from discrimination by the Human Rights Act. Groups experience hateful speech based on other grounds as well. The government considers that other groups and experience hateful speech that experience hateful speech could also be protected by the law, and that is interested in views on the groups that should be protected by this change. In practice, this means that if someone said or wrote something that met the other requirements in the law and was targeting a group based on a characteristic included, a complaint could be made to the Human Rights Commission or to the police. The Commission or the police would then determine what actions to take. Okay. So yeah, that seems like that seems fair. Do you agree that? So it says, do you agree that broadening the assignment provisions in this way would be better protect these groups? Why or why not? Yeah, I think that that's good. I think that proposal 1 is good. I think, yeah. Proposal 2, replace the existing criminal provision with a new criminal offence in the Crimes Act that is clearer and more effective. What is the current law? As described earlier in the document, there is a crime of intentionally inciting racial disharmony in Aotearoa Section 131 of the Human Rights Act. This is a complicated provision and is difficult to understand. It uses 4 terms: hostility, ill will, contempt, and ridicule, which have broad meanings and could also potentially overlap. Yeah, I think that ridicule... Actually, no. Yeah, like, ridicule is okay, but... ridicule, in some instances, should be protected. I think you should be able to ridicule people, but probably not based on their... on the things that is mentioned. Right? Like, if I'm ridiculing you for being religious, that is different than ridiculing your religion. So yeah, I can see that. It also uses the word excite, which in a way that is not often used in day-to-day language. The Royal Commission noted that, unlike the civil provision, it does not cover electronic communications. What would this proposal do? This proposal would create a new criminal provision in the Crimes Act that is clearer and easier to understand than Section 131 of the Human Rights Act. Under this proposal, the terms hostility, ill will, and contempt will be replaced by hatred. This word was suggested by the Royal Commission, which acknowledged that the change would narrow the meaning of words when compared to the current offence. Yeah, I think that it's probably good. Because if I say, ridicule is different to hatred, right? Like, if I say that a group of people believe in a sky daddy, that can be considered ridicule, right? But hatred would be like saying that a group of obnoxious people believe in a sky daddy or something, right? That would be more considered hatred. I can understand that. Alright. The exact wording of this provision would be determined following consultation. This includes whether to use the term incite, stir up, or some other term with the same meaning. This proposal would prohibit speech that maintains or normalizes hatred in addition to speech that incites or stirs up hatred. This ensures that communications that may be aimed at people who may already hold extreme views would be unlawful. So this ensures that communications that may be aimed at people who may already hold extreme views would be unlawful. Wait, is it? Okay, so it's like saying that. Okay, that's a very confusing way to word it. Like, I don't want to be like if I say, hey, look, I think that your extreme QAnon beliefs are stupid. I don't think that, I don't think that would be a good thing to protect. The proposal would cover all methods of communicating speech, including by electronic means. This proposal would protect freedom of expression by ensuring that only extreme hate speech is criminalized, and that there must be an intention to cause others to develop and strengthen hatred. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I love this part. There must be an intention to cause others to develop and strengthen hatred towards a group. Yes, I think that this is good. I think that this is a good thing because, like, there is worries that, you know, like if I... So, for example, calling someone a Karen could be, it's like some people view that as hate speech, right? And say that it's sexist, but I see it as, you know, calling people's bullshit out, right? I don't think that it's, and it's actually kind of aimed at people that are privileged as well. So it's punching up more than punching down. So, like, if I say that, oh, this person is a Karen, I'm more describing that person and not so much trying to... the intention isn't to develop and strengthen hatred towards Karens, right? Or towards white women, right? Like, I'm not trying to say, oh, white women are bad. I'm saying that this particular person has characteristics, i.e. wants to talk to your manager, that I think is bad. And it's not always a white woman. It's sometimes a guy. Like, some guys go full Karen, right? And Karen is just a general term for someone that is crazy, wants to talk to your manager, and holds contemptible, or does contemptible things. Yeah, like, I'll call a guy a Karen too, Seraph. And that's why I don't think that Karen is... I don't think that's hate speech, right? The new offense would be... So yeah, I do like this here, like the intention to cause others to develop, right? Because, like, if I... Like, here's the thing, like, if I go on Facebook and I post a status of... that's stirring up, like, if I say this group should be kicked out of the country or something, then some people may say that there's no intention there to cause others to develop and strengthen hatred towards a group, but there kind of is, right? You're saying that you're basically getting other people, trying to get other people to agree with you on that thing. And so, yeah, this is fair enough. And it just says the feedback. Alright, so current law, you know, it says the current penalty is if someone is found guilty of the criminal incitement, a maximum of 3 months in prison or a maximum fine of $7,000. What's the problem? Based on the assessment of the seriousness of the behaviour covered by the new criminal provision and a comparison with criminal offences, the government considers the current penalties are too low. The Royal Commission also said penalties were too low and proposed an increased maximum period of up to 3 years. What would this proposal do? The proposal would increase the maximum penalty for the new criminal offence to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of up to $50,000. As an offence, as this offence captures behaviour that seeks to spread hatred towards groups in society, the government considers that the penalties should be higher for those directing hate at an individual. Okay, yep, exactly what I said earlier. Exactly what I said. So some comparable offences are the offence for disorderly behaviour in Section 3 of the Summary of Offences Act in 1981 has a maximum penalty of 3 months imprisonment and a fine of $2,000. The offence for posting a harmful digital communication in Section 22 of the Harmful Digital Communications Act 2015 has a maximum penalty of 2 years imprisonment or a fine of $50,000. What? How's... Oh, that would be like doxing, wouldn't it? Okay. Yeah, that would be doxing and stuff. So if I were to dox someone, that's actually illegal. I think. Right? Because that could be harmful to someone, right? I think so. The offence for threatening to kill or cause grievous bodily harm in Section 306 of the Crimes Act has a maximum penalty of 7 years. Wow. So threatening to kill. Okay. Maybe we should lower this, right? Right, although, to be fair, right, if you are threatening to kill and there's a... I can kind of get it. Like, if you're not being serious, like, if I threaten to kill you in a video game and that gets taken the wrong way, like, I'm not going to face 7 years imprisonment. Right? Like, there's... Like, judges are reasonable. Or juries are, at least. The offence for making or distributing an objectionable publication in Section 124 of the Films, Videos, Publications, Classifications Act has a maximum penalty of 14 years imprisonment. Holy shit! Yeah, I disagree with this here, like, definitely. I do disagree with that. Yeah, this is something that I think should be lowered, right? Like, if I make... Because, like... Would making a YouTube video be considered that? Like, because... Yeah, I'd have to see, but... Because that would be technically distributing an objectionable publication. Like, if I made certain things in a YouTube video... Like, if I published an ISIS YouTube video, like, that would be distributing an objectionable publication, right? If I showed, like, certain things from ISIS. Alright. What is the current law? As described earlier... Okay, so this is change the language. Alright, so if Proposal 2 is implemented, there would be inconsistency between wording used in criminal and civil provisions. This would create uncertainty about what differences between inciting and stirring up hatred and exciting hostility or bringing into contempt. It may not be clear that a complaint could be made under civil provision for the incitement of hatred. Making this distinction between the civil and criminal provisions is not intended. What would this proposal do? This proposal would change the wording in the civil incitement provision to include inciting, stirring up, maintaining, or normalizing hatred alongside the existing wording. There should be consistency between the civil and criminal provisions in this type of behaviour that is prohibited. It is desirable that hatred be included in the civil provision so that civil liability is also imposed for communication that is most serious and damaging. The current proposal does not make any other changes to the civil provision. The Royal Commission noted that the wording of civil provision raises issues of enforceability because it is also unclear. The provision may need other changes to make it clear on what behaviour that covers other than incitement or of hatred. Okay. So this is fair, I think. Alright. Improving the protections against discrimination, more broadly. Alright. What is the problem? Under the ICCPR, the advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence shall be prohibited by law. Aotearoa has signed up to the ICCPR, but incitement to discrimination is not currently prohibited by Aotearoa law. The proposed changes would allow Aotearoa to better align with our ICCPR. Well, this proposal too would make it unlawful to incite others to discriminate against members of those groups protected by the but who would also be covered by the incitement of hatred provision. Discrimination means to treat someone worse than others because of something about them, like their ethnicity or gender. Like proposal 4, this would change the wording of the civil provision. There are a few things that are unclear, like, about this. Like, I think that harassing someone due to something like their gender or something is bad. Like if I were to slide into someone's DMs, right, only to harass them, like that's a bad thing and should probably not be allowed. What the punishment for that should be, like, firstly, they have the option to block. But, like, if they don't have the option to block, like, if I'm in public or something, then it's a little bit more unclear because, like, you can follow someone around in public, but that's harassment, right? That is harassment. I don't think that it should be one of them things where, like, if someone yells at me in public, the first offence should obviously be a slap on the wrist, saying, next time it's going to be worse. Let them know that there is problems with that, but the second time, yeah. Repeated behaviour is, like, an important thing, I think. Proposal 6 adds to the grounds of discrimination in the Human Rights Act to clarify that transgender, diverse, and intersex people are just protected from discrimination. Yeah, I think... I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Oh, we are aware of other wording that may be used, such as variations of sex characteristics or non-binary as opposed to gender diverse. Non-binary would... gender diverse. Well, what would be better? I want to get everyone's opinions. What would be better? Would it be better to use non-binary or gender diverse? I'm actually... No, gender diverse sounds like it would catch, like, non-binary, wouldn't it? Like, gender identity... Like, gender identity. Like, saying that you can't discriminate on gender identity would be, like, a catch-all. Like, it would even catch trans. But then, like, non-binary is included in... trans, isn't it? So, that's an interesting one. Yeah, variations of sex characteristics. I'm guessing that's used for intersex people. Is there anything other than intersex, right? So if you so you've got, like, male. So when it comes to sex, you got male, female, and intersex. Is there, like, a fourth? Because I know that, like, intersex is, like, covers, like, a lot of things. Is there, like, a fourth thing? Like maybe asex. Oh, Ross Thatcher with the coming in with, like, implying that I'm a female. I mean, I don't think he's seen some of the photos of me on Twitter. Hey. That's actually an interesting thing. Like, if anyone were to someone were to actually go through and make a video on me, like, you know, the whole transvestigation thing. Like, firstly, like, transvestigation is, like, that's kind of transphobic. You mean I'm not? Hey, like, yeah, Boomer from Blackrod. Boomer from Blackrod has it. So, sometimes I identify as a cat. Like, you know, there's that picture of me on Twitter as a cat girl. But like, okay, so what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about, oh yeah, like if someone were to transvestigate me, like, firstly, like, that would be transphobic. Like, you're implying that trans people are bad, and then you're saying that I was born female, and then I'm now male, and usually they misgender, right? I'm not a furry. Don't worry, I'm not a furry. In fact, like, the cat... So I've got these cat ears here, right? Like, they're not really... If I put them on, I don't become a furry, right? So... Alright. So yeah, that's just a brief aside. You're gonna welcome me to the furry community. No, I'm not. I'm not a furry. I've never really been into, not really into fursuits. Like fursuits just seem kind of. Somehow. Oh, so Ross said, if you identify as a bloke, I accept it. Where's your beard? Lol. Okay, so you're like, I shave. I like... Shaving is something that I like to do. I used to not shave, and then I look back on that, I'm like, I just don't look like... I don't like how I look in those old videos where I didn't shave for ages. I'm much more consistent with my shaving now. Sometimes I will have a little bit of a beard going on, but not a great one. Related work. Oh, here's some related work not being consulted in this document. Okay, strengthening the capacity of the Human Rights Commission to respond to hate speech, racism, and discrimination. Police lead work to accurately identify, record, report, and respond to hate-related crime. Ministry of Justice relating to hate crime. Work to counter violent extremism and terrorism. Changes to the definition of objectionable unto... Oh, that's... Are they going to reduce it? Because I think that'd be probably a good thing. The creation of the Ministry of Ethnic Communities to improve outcome for ethnic communities. Okay. I'm not sure how that would go. Work on social cohesion, developing a national action plan against racism, and work on strengthening resilience to mis- and disinf... Yes! I like that there. Work on strengthening resilience to mis- and disinformation. Okay. Okay, so this bill, I only have a few problems with it. And that is, it's still a little bit unclear about what exactly would be considered. Because I do agree, right, that if you are inciting discrimination against a group of people, that, yeah, like, you should have consequences. Right? You should have consequences if you're just inciting discrimination. I think there should be like a bit more clarification on levels, right? Like, there's a difference between someone's racist granddad inciting discrimination and I don't know, Brian Tamaki inciting discrimination. I'm sure Brian Tamaki probably has incited discrimination in some respect. Right? And so, yeah, I think that there is I do think that it is something that we should be able to have conversations on, right? So if I, for example, let's say that there was a statistic that was brought up, right? That I decided, okay, this means that this group of people is wrong or something, right? Let's say that. Then I don't think that that should be shut down for hate speech. However, I think that it is okay to cancel someone, like if they start saying 1350, right? Like, yeah, let's say 1350, right? I think that that's a discussion that, as long as you are not saying that this group of people is bad because of it, that you should be able to have that discussion. Because, you know, like, firstly, when you make those discussions illegal, people often get this idea that for some reason you're trying to censor that. And there's understandable reasons why you'd be trying to censor that, because, you know, you don't want people to be racist. But then at the same time, that is a potentially damaging conversation, right? So if I'm saying 1350, then people might come along and say, well, that means that we've got to kick black people out of the country or something, which that may not be even though that may be the argument that a lot of people would be making because of that, that's not necessarily the argument that I might intend. So it's very nuanced, which is often the thing that a lot of people have with this. There are nuanced conversations, right, to have. And it's like, okay, what? It's asking the question of why is 1350 a thing? This is America, obviously. But why is 1350 a thing? Well, higher policing in black communities means that black people get found for crimes more often, and they get sentenced, even though sometimes these people aren't guilty. So that's a thing that people need to be able to, because people will look at statistics and look at them in a vacuum and go, this means this, right? And they'll have conversations with people that won't consider that hate speech, right? And then those people will get sucked in. You'll have more people getting sucked in, and it's like, okay, then you got a whole lot of people that they have been sharing communications that wouldn't be considered hate speech, but because they're sharing it between each other, but because they haven't shared it publicly, or when they go to share it publicly, it's struck down as hate speech, and so then that they create an echo chamber essentially, which isn't open to discussion of it. That's what a lot of flat earthers do. They create an echo chamber where they are discussing look at Nathan Oakley's debate show, right? It's an echo chamber. That's all it is. And because essentially, what happens is Nathan Oakley, if you disagree with him, he tries to stop you from having a voice. So yeah, that's my opinion on it. But what do other people think? Alrighty, that's everything I had for. That is everything I had for today. I actually wonder, I've noticed that people have been sharing the Planet Walks Clips channel. 12 subscribers, hey! Hopefully it starts to get up there. I don't know if there's any comments. I'd have to, I'm gonna put these discussions up there. Because, these are nuanced discussion. Oh, not discussions. I'm gonna put these, clips up here like from streams, because these are nuanced discussions that need to be had. And I don't really feel like making a video that's not going to get many views. Putting all the time and effort. Like, sure, I'll put 40 minutes into a video, a live thing. Oh, someone sent me a message through Facebook. Let me grab that. And also, some people might want to watch certain parts of this without having to. Notifications. Wait, does this say? What sort of message is it? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Let's make another segment for this. And then I'll play some chess with and the George said, and the George said is still around. So I like playing chess. It's a fun game. Oh hey, or if someone wants to play chess with me, I'll. Okay, we're gonna have a look at this. So Jim Crenshaw, who's a person that I've never heard of before, has made this video exposing the Richard Branson spaceflight hoax. Apparently, I didn't know that you could actually get 20,000 subscribers on BitChute. On BitChute. Oh jeez, it's 18 minutes long, so we'll see we'll watch a bit of this. All right.
Mag on again with another exposure. Now we go take a look into the so-called Sir Richard Branson right here, so-called went to space yesterday, fooling the dumb people. And I tell you, man, the masses in a cloud of brainwash, they're not gonna get it. This right here is a devil puppet, and you believe in space, you're 100% dumb, as you can see with the eagle wings right there. Yes, and a ribbon right there with the rainbow color. Ribbon is 33, and of course he represents the gay, lesbian, and transgender community.
A ribbon is 30. How? A ribbon is. Oh, okay. Apparently, a ribbon is 33, and that means that he's. So if I wear like a pink ribbon, I've got 30. Okay. Apparently, like, anytime you if you wear a pink ribbon for like breast cancer or anything, then you're apparently wearing 33 or something, and that means Satan. Okay.
We go get into this right here. Fakery at its best. Don't let them mock you. You're dumb or what? Move.
Ladies and gentlemen, this
Take a look at this faker right
is
here.
Sir Richard Branson, astronaut.
Yes, he's now an astronaut, people. This is how they dumb down the masses with their satanic puppet.
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't really call him an astronaut. Just because you've been to space once doesn't make you an astronaut, in my opinion. Right? It'd be like me saying that I'm a chef because I cooked for people once, right? Not really a chef. Just my opinion, though.
Yes, he's the one who made the fucking rocket and fly to space in it. You believe it? Let's watch this right here. I'll show you. Now take a look at this fancy looking plane right there. They tell you that the two on at the side, the ones at the side is planes, and the one in the middle, that's the rocket that gonna take them to space. Watch this fucking fakery right here. People just put it in this world. Take a look, people. Just a plane taking off. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's a. It is an interesting thing how they've like got two planes to carry a rocket up. That's. I wonder if we're actually going to use that more in the future. Like, because if you raise your elevation, you actually have more less gravity to pull you down. So that's a thing that can be done. Like if you you need more force to get off the ground, which means more fuel, and you want to use as little fuel as possible. Because fuel has weight, and then you need more fuel to get that fuel off the ground. So it's one of them problems which it's a big problem. Which is why most spacecraft are launched near the equator, because when you're at the equator, it's much easier to launch a spacecraft there because of the centrifugal force. Flat earthers don't really consider that as well. Not that I've heard anyway.
Watch this right here. I hope you show the whole film when it go to space and stop fooling the people. There is no space. What's wrong with you people? They never get out the damn dome. Pay attention right here.
Did they mention? Did this person mention the dome? Did they mention the dome? That's what, I thought I heard the dome. Okay.
No spacecraft. Now take a look at this right here. Go back. Let me show you that there ain't nobody dumb over here. You see the real plane right here and watch what happened. What is this right here? Pay attention. Pay attention right here. What is this? You think this is real? I'm asking the people right now, you believe this is a CGI part of the footage right here with your virgin right there in the middle. 23 numerology. Right there.
Wait, he's using numerology. Like if I let's go numerology. Oh, numerology calculator. Like, is it really 33 if I go virgin? Oh, no. Wait, did I go? What's the? Oh, name new. Right, let's go virgin. Calculate. I see no 33s. Yep, no 33s.
And the coding, pay attention.
5, 3,
5,
2,
3.
1.
Wow.
Release, release, release.
Yeah, release, release, release. So you see this that fall off with the virgin on it. This gonna blast off as fast as the speed of sound. They tell you. And
yeah, it has to go pretty fast because, you know, you're trying to get away from the Earth. And it's using... So, here's the thing. The faster you go, the higher you can actually get. Funnily enough. So if you use like something coming out... So if you use rocket fuel, right, that's going to make you go pretty fast because you're trying to get far away from the Earth. You can actually get some velocity to go high up, and then when you start to come back down, you know, yeah. Good times.
Take them to space. Watch this right here,
Clean
people.
release.
Come on.
Ignition.
Watch this. That's CGI right here. Nobody can fool me. This is also CGI right here. They show you the fancy plane, but all of this that they show you right here is CGI. 100% in.
There's Mach 1 trimming now.
Okay.
Just listen.
Okay, so does he have any... I want to know if he has any evidence that it's CGI. Let's see.
Take a look at that shit. That's CGI right there, people. You believe it gonna go to space right there? Come on, that's dumb. Pay
45
attention
seconds.
Right 45 second number 9.
50 seconds approaching Mach 3.
Mach 3, of course.
There's Mach 3.
We see it.
And 60 seconds, and that is a full duration burn, folks. We are headed to space.
Wow, that's it, people. We are heading to space, and then bam, here it comes. It's flying back to Earth already.
But where's the evidence that it's CGI? Where?
See that? Wow. Okay, let's see if they're gonna show some footage in space. Watch this. Everybody dumb on the earth. That's why you got brainwashed.
Main gear touchdown.
Touchdown.
And we're going to hold it just like this for a minute before bringing the nose down.
Wow, and take a look at this right here, people. This Sir Richard Branson is a fucking faker. They fake.
But where's the evidence? Is it just him shouting that it's fake the whole time?
100% fake. They're bloodline of the devil people, and they have to put them on. Any shape or form, they got to put on to the public for the brainwash. There you go with the
Can see they're already celebrating inside there.
Yes, he's celebrating.
So just imagine a world where people of all ages, all backgrounds, from anywhere, of any gender.
Yeah, I don't see the problem. Like, sure, Richard Branson going to space was, to a lot of people, it was a more of a vanity thing, right? It's not like it's gonna. There, a lot of people say, "Oh, there's better things that he can put it to," and it is one of the things where it's probably only going to be rich people that get to go to space. You know, it's not going to be poor people. It's going to be the rich people, but it's still like good that we've got, you know, that people are able to go to space. Like you know, it's not like it's completely bad, and it's not like it's CGI. Right? If someone was able to scrounge up $250,000, like if you're able to get $250,000, yes, you watching this right now, if you're able to get $250,000, you'd be able to go to space. It's not like it's hard to do. Well, I mean, it might be hard to get $250,000. You may have to save up for a while, or maybe rob a bank, which would be hard to do, but you'd still be able to go to space.
Of any ethnicity have equal access to space.
Equal access to space. I tell you, man, no wonder they say you're a pandemic and you buy it. How dumb can the masses be?
Yeah, that equal access to space. Like, what about like poor people? Tomorrow Planet opens up a GoFundMe to go to space. I first tried to get 500k to demonstrate flat Earth. Yeah, like they could just spend like, I don't know, 250k going to space.
In the middle of a pandemic, they're putting on all this show right here for you. Distraction. Telling you that they're going to space and they can bring the public to space. What a dumb shit, people.
And they will in turn, I think, inspire us back here on Earth.
Of course.
If you've ever had a dream, now is the time to make it come true.
Wow. If you ever have a dream, now is the time to make it come true. Move.
Feel this drop, and then when that...
Yeah, like, I mean, his words will inspire some people. You know, you make your dreams come true. That's something that is worth trying, right? But Mike71 says, buy a lottery ticket. I'm not going to buy a lottery ticket. I'm more likely to lose money from the lottery than to gain money from lottery. That's how it works. Most people lose money from the lottery rather than win the lottery. But yeah, like, it seems like he's just saying that it's fake, right? The comments are, the owner has disabled comments on this video. Oh, you gotta love when they do that. They go to place like BitChute to try and escape from what's it called, the quote unquote censorship, but then they disable comments on their video. It's almost like they complain about censorship, right? And then they can't handle when they get complained about, so they censor the people that are complaining about them. Alright, This just seems like it's the same thing over and over again. Just like I can't really go ahead and edit it down when I'm live, unfortunately. So, anyone? I want to play a few games of chess with people, and we'll discuss things. And hold on, let me go to. Let me go to. There we go. People can join me. I'll play a few games of chess whilst I'm. 12 bob, 12.5 bob gyroscopes. Yeah. Chess.org, I think. I think it's chess.org. Yeah, there we go. Play with a friend. Time control, real time. We're gonna go. Let's go. Alrighty. Whoever gets it, loses that link there, plays a game. Yeah, play a friend. But yeah, what's everyone in the chat saying? Every cult claims that exclusive knowledge of the truth and is very attracted to certain personalities. True. Yeah. Everyone can see the thing there, can't you? By the way, can anyone see the? Or should, hold on, I'll just put this in the chat. Whoever clicks it first gets to whoever gets it. I'll play Boncloud. I'll play Boncloud against. That should encourage someone to click it soon. I'll play Boncloud Bote's Gambit. How about the two fairies play? Yeah, I don't know. But I do want to know who I'm up against. I think I put the link in the chat. Hold on. What I'll do is I'll zoom up on this too. You can see that way. You can see the link thing in case it didn't come up in the chat. Right. First person to come to this URL. There we go. You should be able to see it. And I'll play I'll play the Boncloud. What is Boncloud? I'll show you the Boncloud when I play this game against whoever clicks the... Do I have to put the link in the chat or whoever types it out? I don't know. Just go to this link here and you get to play against me. I'll put it in chat again in case someone wants to. Oh yeah, it came up in chat. There we go. Yeah, it's Boncloud. It's not a euphemism. It's like an actual opening. It's like called the Boncloud attack. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm black. Okay, let's pre-move Boncloud. See, Boncloud. I'll just... Yeah, there we go. Let's defend the pawn. Oh, that's an interesting... That's a move. What am I going to play? Oh, they're going for there, I think. I'll play that. They're going to go there. In case my king defends. So that would probably be... Okay, they can't play there. Oh, they are going to... Okay, they're going to play there. My king still defends, though. Let's play there. Okay. Kick the bishop back. Who am I playing against as well? Oh, I'm up on time. Okay, oh, this is in danger by the looks of it. Let's deliver check and then take the pawn. I'll take the bishop, I mean. I'm up material. Okay. I have a deep, so let's... Okay, so takes... Not sure what happens after that, but let's... Probably should have not done that, because now I don't have the opening for this. Okay. Oh yes! Oh yes, I'm gonna do that. Hey. En passant. Hey. The French move. All right, let's do that. Attack the queen. Queen has to move. Probably move there or something. Oh, no, it won't move there. So my pawn's safe. Could move there. In which case... No, I can't move this out. No, not going to attack the pawn. Okay, cool. Alright, I need to break through somehow. That knight's annoying. Let's play this. Since we're probably gonna my intention is to get that pawn out of the way. Who? Chat is too boring, so Planet Walker's playing chess. I mean, someone in the chat's playing chess with me. Okay, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Okay, we can go there. Trade. We'll go there. Take the queen. We'll attack the knight. Probably gonna go there, I'm guessing. No, there. Okay. Attack the knight. Defend the pawn. Oh, that was a bad move. Moving that pawn up was a blunder. Just realised. Because if we go back, Queen could have just taken the pawn. Okay, well. Okay, let's go here. Still, like that pawn is implicitly defended, but now I'm threatening to take the pawn. Thank you. Oh shit. Ah, yeah, I blooded a piece. Shit. Let's go there. Now down in material. I have a few ideas. Go there. Guessing there. Oh, there's a few ideas here. Okay, I've got a few ideas on how to get ahead. What the? Oh! 1%! Okay. Okay, we trade queens. There we go. We trade queens. Best move here would be to take my queen because their queen is hanging. In which case... Yep. Oh shit, why did I get it right? There we go. They're probably gonna go for checks. Oh no, they're not. Oh, okay. Anyway, we need to... Let's move that up there. They're going to take there. I'm going to move here. Need to protect the pawn. Okay. Oh, I could tie down that. Okay. I could tie down the, okay, let's put this in trouble. That's a blunder. Blunder your rook, mate. I think I'm winning now. Check. Okay, so okay, check, move up, check. Okay, so if I go there, then that goes there. So we go here, stopping the advancement of the king. So either the king has to move back or this has to move up. Those are the only two moves. Move this here. So that's kind of, and then we move here. Cutting off these squares for the king. We'll check this. Got to be something here. Okay. Okay. So this pawn can move. Essentially, the king has to move. So this pawn is free to move. I've basically got to create another pass pawn. That's what I've got to do. It's probably calculating like king there, king back there. There. takes. If king, I've got to. I might. What do I do if king there? Because I can't push this because that just creates this pass pawn. If king, if king there, then bishop there, creating second pass pawn. Then I can. What the? Lines. Alright, what's people saying in chat? I'll also wait for... sorry, my 20 seconds? Did someone say, oh no, my 20 seconds? I was thinking, I know their time. Oh, they're... I think they left the game. Yeah, I think they left the game. Yeah, because I can keep on. This pawn is never going to get there. I can just... Wait, am I playing against Ross? If I am playing against Ross, then better chess player than I thought. Because, like, I have, like, this move here. If here, then I still have this move here. I'd assume... Wait, no, it can't go there. Can't... I assume there... There... Wouldn't be able to advance past that point. Maybe there. 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 Wait, as soon as... Wait, no. As soon as the king gets to there, I can just go there. And that's game. As the king goes there, in which case, king there. Yeah, probably pawn push. Yeah. I like drawing lines all over the place. Your grandfather was a chess master and you beat him once. Okay. Wait, so who... Am I actually playing against Ross? Like, that would be interesting. I don't know. Like, who am I playing against? I would be... yeah, like, as soon as if the king were to go here, I'd have a few, like, nifty moves, like... That, okay. If king there, I've got there, right? If king there, I'd have there. Then probably something like... I think king would go there. And I could probably go... there, maybe? That would result in stalemate. Gotta not stalemate. Yeah, just because yeah, king there. I can't let. Yeah, king there. I'd probably go. Oh no. If king there. Oh, if king there, the only option would. So if king. So let's play. Let's look at some ideas. I won because. So, if king there, we go there, check. Then it's a simple case of just taking this pawn and then creating a pass pawn. If king there, then there. King back there. Then bishop there. Or pawn there, I guess. Oh yeah, pawn there. Because then, once pawn there, king there. Okay, here's what we do. Here's the winning strats for there. It's probably a forced mate. Because if there, then there, it's there, then there. Oh no, not there. Then there, then let's go back there. Yeah, then it has to go back there. There. That creates check. Then it has to go there, there. And then yeah, it's an easy one from there. Like the only move that doesn't result in me, the best move would have been there. All right. Who wants to play again? This is the link for another game. It was fun playing chess. I'll play more serious. I won't play the Bonk Cloud opening. Because that last game... had me on the ropes there for a second. It's only because they blundered their rook that I won. And well, because they left as well. Like maybe they'd avoid... Oh, Moonjay. I don't... Okay, I'm playing white. Let's play that. Their 1500 rating is scary to me. Oh, what are they going for? That's a free pawn. I'm guessing queen to there? Oh no. Okay, let's bring this back. Okay, let's take the pawn. Oh, I've got ideas. What if I... Yeah, I've got ideas here. Got fun ideas. Let's develop. Okay, and I've got something of a plan here. Okay. let's... Okay, takes... Okay, so here, takes, 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 takes. Yeah, let's push this pawn. Expecting this back there. Ah, but that doesn't work with my plan. Bugger. Oh, if takes in, that works with my plan. I got a plan. Oh, yes! Fun times. Right. Okay, we'll bring this back. Okay, that completely screws over my plan. Let's develop. At least I have control over the center. I'm guessing something like rook there. Then I still have that. If rook there, I'll castle. I'm actually good for castling, so. Alrighty. I mean, at least I'm up on bishop. Okay, if I go there, it takes... Oh. It's interesting. Okay, let's try this. Let's think. Alright. So there. Okay, so hold on. There takes there. Ah, that's defended by the queen as well, so queen could take. Okay, let's just move our bishop to safety then. The other alternative would have been something like bishop there. Ah, shit. Yeah, I should have gone bishop there, knight there, and takes back on that. And I would have seen something like bishop there. Yeah, I should have, instead of trying to save things, I should have, oh well. Yeah, I saw that coming. It's not lost yet. Only losing. Only losing a few pieces. Still up 2 pawns. I'm guessing this is going to be next move. Yeah, we're going to have to go there. 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 I'm guessing developing the bishop. Maybe there. That'll be a problem. If it's there, then I've got to go. I'll have to castle kingside. At least my pieces are yeah, I had a feeling about that was going to be a thing, because there is a problem. So if I go because hold on. Okay, so if I castle there, the rook would be there. Yeah. So that all that then I can just take. Yeah, so let's castle queenside. Because there, then I just take there. There, then I'll have to move my queen. Oh, I've got a brilliant move. Oh, I know. I have a move that will win a pawn. Okay. Threatening there. Okay. I'm going to threaten. Oh, wait. Hold on. There. 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 Okay, that's probably not the best idea. Let's just protect the pawn for now. I'm guessing something like there. 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 If takes that. Oh! Ahoy hoy! If takes that could actually work out well for me. Yeah, that could work out really well for me. Unfortunately, didn't. Okay. Okay, they're threatening this rook. Okay, let's... Okay, we can if we defend... Because they're wanting to go there, which takes... But let's defend all our pieces. I'm guessing something like there or there is going to happen. Yeah, it seems like... Oh, they're gonna... That's a free pawn. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's a free pawn. Now the rooks are tied down here. Except for... Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be a move that was going to happen. Oh, I've got an idea. Let's go. Let's move this here. Still protecting the pawn. I should say that I haven't played Simone J20. I don't know who that is in chat. Never played competitive chess before. I haven't really played competitive chess before. Like, you're putting up a good fight though. You're putting up a pretty good fight. I don't know if you're in chat. Let me know who you are in chat. Like if I go there. Okay, so. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Okay, I've got to think about this. If I take, then I lose. I have to go there. Or... oh, that bishop there is annoying. Oh wait, what about... okay, let's think there. Alright. Chat lurker, don't... alright, let's think. There's... hold on. Let me calculate here. If I go there... 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 okay. This... oh, it's so annoying. So if I go there... oh, if... hold on. If I go here... wait, if I go there... takes... wait, that's... yeah. So okay. So if I go there, I lose the game instantly. Because that's mate. If I go there... so if I go there, then check there, takes. Okay, let's go there. I've got to go there. I have to go there. Because the material advantage doesn't stop you from getting mated. Okay, that's an interesting... oh! Okay, I've got an idea. Hopefully this works. Because if takes, then takes. Okay. That was a weird move. I'm guessing something like there? I have some good ideas here. Oh, probably there, actually. In which case, back to there. I am winning here. Maybe there. That'd be a fun move. In which case, there's not much I could do about there. Oh, I could actually go there. I could just take it. Oh, we're both so close. Oh, we're getting down to the wire. Gotta think fast. Oh, this is fun. I know. Oh, that's a move. Okay, so let's move the king away from danger. Oh, there's a nice little fork. You can fork both the rook and the bishop. Okay. Let's not blunder a queen. Okay, alternatively, I could attack their queen. So move there. It'll probably be check. Oh yeah, and then I'd lose. Oh yeah, that's not. Although that's not a positive. Oh, there is still a check. Okay, we've got to move our queen. All right, let's go there. Attacking this rook. This rook could nestle nicely there, but then I threaten check. If I, yeah, that is a move. Okay, let's think. Oh, we don't have much time to make a move. Let's play it safe. Oh! 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 Oh, I've got a brilliant move. Oh! I know how to win this game. I know how to do it. Okay. Okay, let's think. There. There. Okay, let's just do it. There takes check there let's Oh, that was a brilliant move that I saw there. Sacrifice. Okay, let's trade queens. Move there, there, and then... Oh, good game! That was a... that was a very good game. Thank you for that. Oh, that made me think. Oh, I saw some... so... Yeah, that... I saw about there. I saw this move there, right? And then I was like, oh yeah. When I moved there, I saw this move there, and I was like, oh, that's a move. Hitting the king, rook, king and rook. So best to take. Then loss of rook. When could I have actually done that last? Oh, I could have done it about here. Oh. I should have done it there. Yeah, I should have given the sneaky check. Takes. And then I would have been up a rook. Oh well. That's why I'm not a grandmaster. Yeah, you need to see these sneaky things. Sneaky things which result in undefended and would have also stopped queen from there. I wouldn't have prevented queen there though. You always find optimizations after... Yeah. True. Like this position, the optimal move would have... Instead of... Because what did I do? I did queen there. Right? I should have just gone there, given the sneaky little check, then taken. King probably to there or something. And then... then it's just a case of I can take the bishop. And then, you know, sneaky little thing there. Oh well, it's one of them things which you learn. Oh. Like, being able to launch traps like that is half the fun of chess. There was actually a part where, like, when I was worried. Yeah, I was worried around about here. With that. Yeah, around about here I was worried. Yeah, that's when I got worried. Because I knew that I could take. Right? But then takes. There. 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 Oh, that wouldn't quite be mate. Maybe I could have. Hold on, let me think. What does Stockfish say I should do here? Stockfish says... Oh, Stockfish says I should take... And that gives mate and... Oh! Yeah, that would have been mate. Yeah, oops. Yeah, Stockfish says I should take... Queen takes... Oh! Rook defends? And then queen there to hit this. Oh, it says queen there. Oh, it says rook there. Yeah, like, it was giving me better odds. Yeah, it turns out my move would blunder mate in two. The things that you don't see. What about when I go closer to the end? Alright, so it's giving me better odds here. And that's, yeah. Oh no, that's not the... Oh, and yeah, this is the optimal move here. That there. Because, yeah, that gives me mate in 14. So, there. Takes. Oh, it's wanting to go there? Oh, because you can use the queen as a... And that would have been... There's actually multiple ways you can do this. Oh wait, no, can you? Oh yeah, there's only one. Because, like, rook there still leaves that move there, so yeah, you go there and that. Okay. That's an interesting thing. So that's why... Oh, Scott Layton has code running on the ISS. That's interesting. This was a fun stream. I like having a game of chess. Like, let me know if you want me to end my stream with games of chess in the future. Like that seems like fun. That way I can get better at chess and play chess with the chat. You know, you'd be able to know. Oh, and I'll eventually get better, and maybe some people will get better. Just as, I do like playing. Just as, did I en passant that game? have been the game before that I en passant. Yeah, I don't think I used en passant in that game. Yeah, chess is a very simple game. So horses can basically move like that. Pawns can move forward 2 on their first move, but can only move forward 1 after that, but they can move forward 1 or 2 on their first move. Kings can only move 1 space. Queens can move any number of spaces and can move diagonally or up and down, left and right. Bishops can move essentially like that, right? They can only move on the light or dark squares. Rooks can move back and forth like that, only like, and yeah. And pawns can do this fancy little thing. So if I go like this, and then just say, I can actually en passant. Oh, this is mate. This is checkmate in 2, but en passant. Yeah, that blunders mate that that particular move order, but yeah, just wanted to show en passant. It's a legal move. That was definitely a good game, whoever Moon J and chatters. But anyway, I'm going to end the stream up. Oh, actually no, I'm going to show you my water. So, let's see, thumbnail. Been working on water. I need to fix the trees up though. Yeah. Oh, and then there's this here that I've been working on. Here's my latest additions. Bit of a fence and one of these more rickety fence. Oh, I'm making a game. So this is the water that I'm making. Trying to work out how to do this thing. Yeah, but if you see here, then you can sort of see this the non-perspective that I'm going for. It's kind of like perspective, kind of. Well, it's not really like perspective. It's kind of like orthographic, kind of not. But yeah, could have more waves. Yeah, waves are hard to animate though. Like even this here, 8 frames. If I go over to here, this is the. I'll probably have something lapping up on the shore. But yeah, like 5 frames per second, and it's still. And I may end up just making it so that it goes. So I may end up changing it so that there's no offset as well eventually if it doesn't really work well like this. If this was a Sega game, I'd suggest palette swapping, but I assume this isn't. Palette swapping. How would you palette swap for the waves? I'm just curious. It is a 2D game though. But yeah, this is the animation for the waves that I've created. Obviously, I need to have it lapping up on the shore, which will probably be an animation, 4-frame animation that will happen on the edge, of course. Yes, I'll probably have like a 4-frame animation of the waves lapping up on, not on the shore, but you know what I mean. And then this sort of thing going here, 5 frames per second, so it would be 2.5 frames per second for the shore. But yeah, I'd have to work it. I don't know what's. I need to work out like just room speed because it starts at 1. You can assign an entry in the palette to every pixel and cycle through the colors. Different entry in the palette to every pixel and cycle through the colors. Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be an interesting way. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've got to do every frame, unfortunately. Like, if I had people... Like, here's the thing, like, I need people to help me because... I could go through all these, right, and... So, here, all the sprites here. So, all these sprites, I think, were made by me. All these ones here. Backgrounds were not made by me. The collision sprites, yeah, they're all made by me. Controls, they're all made by me. Drops were made by me. Effects, made by me. Enemies, made by me. Interactables, made by me. Numbers, made by me. Objects. They're made by me. Oh, indestructible. Oh, apart from the destructibles. This one though here, the spaceship door was made by me. But everything else here, like the crate, the pot, and the other crates, the crates, these crates, they were made by me, but they're based off this crate here, so it's collaboration. Players, some were made by me, some weren't. That's there's an joint effort on the player. Rocket, yeah, that was made by me. Tile sets, some were, some weren't. This one here, for example, was based off of the background, but the books and later they were made by me. The wood, oh, this was made by me. This was made by me. You can kind of tell that the ones that are made by me aren't as good of a quality, you know. Quality in the game doesn't really come from me, it comes from other people, so... Oh, the town, this wasn't... part of it was. I've made some modifications here, but most of it was someone else, and they did a brilliant job. Brilliant job. You know, like, I have so for example, like if we go to this here, for example, this texture here was made by someone else, but I made it into this thing here, yeah? The same with the ground texture, the dirt texture, I made this sort of thing here to be able to use. And yeah. But all the buildings were made by someone else. Also got another building which is being worked on. It's called the Nasher building. No guesses for what that is. No prizes for guessing what that is. Oh, the home was made by me, and that's needs to be better. Needs to be better. It doesn't quite fit. It's a very simple thing so that I can eventually go on and change it up. So that's currently what I'm working on. But yeah, been working on the water. Delay says, well, I'm too inexperienced to help in anything. I'm not good at graphics or music, and my code is absolutely terrible. That's fair enough. Like, it's not something that like everyone can like pitch in on. As much as I'd like to be able to do that, I know someone that I've spoken to someone recently that accidentally started a game studio. I think he has more subscribers than me now, but let me see. That's not one. Let's see. Callum Optimus is his name. He's got double the subscribers that I have. But then again, most of his audience will be people that make games, so he'll be able to get get more people more easily. So if I go here, yeah, this is Kellen Upton. He's accidentally started a game development studio. Accidentally, mind you. So yeah. What am I programming in? I'm programming in GameMaker language. So if I go to the... What's my most complicated script? And let's go saving and loading, because this is a fun. Let's go, you know, like, it's very simple. And I don't know why there's so much white space. So I imported it into GameMaker Studio 2 that it created white space. Oh, there's also, probably have done some of these wrongs, but if I go shaders, Gaussian, yeah. It's also, so this is GLSL, so this is, I don't think you can do loops here, so maybe if we did Earth models in Unity 3D, more viewers would tune in. Possibly. I've actually got an Earth model which I've been working on. But yeah, like this is a blur effect. There's a reason why I've got this. Sometimes I think it would be fun to make a model of the flatter and try and confirm it with all the predictions about eclipses and things. Yeah. But can you jump? Yes, you... Oh, jump. As in jump. Oh, I thought jump. My first thought was like space. No, I... Hold on, let me see. That doesn't seem to be a keyword, so I don't think so. Oh, go to. Let's see. Go to. G seems to be a keyword. J. Nah, this the reason why it doesn't have as much functionality as your normal programming language is because this is all run on the graphics card. This thing here is run on the graphics card, I'm pretty sure. So you're stuck with like very simple commands. This is basically for effects. This is a shader. Can you recreate Duke Nukem, or are you stuck with Doom? This is in 2D, so if I hit play, yeah, it doesn't have for or while. That's the problem with shaders, I guess. There's probably ways in which you could do things more efficiently. I was actually thinking of an interesting way of making things more efficient, like based on like cell. Okay, so here's an interesting thought, right? If you had like a cell based, so this will use more. Actually, wouldn't use all that much more memory. So if you had cell-based collision, right? So you divide your map or whatever up into cells, and you have. So whenever something moves, you check to see what cell it's in, right? I think that would make collision way faster. Collision checking is pretty slow. Knowing yourself, you just do the whole game in assembly. x86, yeah. So, what if you had like a cell, There'd be a way to go around this. So when you move your player, or whatever, or move an object, it can check to see if it's overlapping, if any of the objects is overlapping with another cell. If it is, then it checks that cell, and yeah, but it basically checks that cell, or adds its property to that cell. So you'd have a two-dimensional array of cells, essentially, to do with your room. And so when you go from one room to another, so when you load up your room, it has like cells that everything is in. And when anything gets destroyed, it destroys itself and its reference in the cells. The cells basically are used for collision, will be used for collision checking. And so if you're using more complex collision, that would kind of. So my idea, right, is that you'd have, how do I put this? So you'd essentially have like a grid of cells, and you can make the cells however big you want it to be. The smaller the cells, the more memory it uses. The larger the cells, the less memory it uses, but theoretically there could be more time for collision checking. Same with like small cells as well. And essentially, you have so essentially you check the particular cell that you're in, right? Or when you check for collision, you might. So the way that this game checks for collision is it checks where it's going and checks to see if that's free. If it is free, then it goes there. If it isn't free, then it doesn't. Then it doesn't go there. It does something else. But essentially, you'd be able to do more collision checks using like cells, where essentially you'd go, okay. So something can be part of multiple cells as well. So you check to see which cells it's still a part of. If it's out of a cell, then it would deregister itself from that cell. And so when you check for collision, you only check for collision in the cells that it exists in, if that makes sense. Cell-based collision is a bucket-sized optimization. You are drastically reducing the number of objects you check. You need a pointer per cell and a cell pointer per object. Yeah. You'd essentially use a lot more memory. But I mean, if things are going slow, things would be improved. So it depends on whether you want to use more memory or whether you want to use more CPU power. It'd be an interesting way to. I think that it'd be an interesting way to optimize. I'd have to. Is there's. Yeah, space-time trade-off, essentially. Like, for this game, I don't really need to optimize it. But for a game like Yandere Simulator, yeah, that game needs a few optimizations. Generally, I recommend using already written code because... yeah. It's more for if you're... it's more if you're needing something that does a lot of collision checking. I'd actually say that there's a few... Like, the thing that got me onto thinking about this is a game where the entire environment is destructible, right? And whenever you destroy certain things, it's like parts of it fall off. Yeah, it can be fun to discover all the pitfalls. Collisions are bad. Yeah, they do hurt if they're fast enough though. If it's a slow collision, then it doesn't hurt. But collisions, Noita, I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Noita. Yeah, it's Noiter. And I assume that it would probably use some kind of collision optimization. Since you're making a 2D game, have you checked old titles like Mario or Pokemon to find some? Well, the thing is with my game that I've got here, it's a lot of it. I've got an engine to handle most of these things. I don't really need to handle most of them myself. It's just making sure that I use switch statements when needed, essentially. Well, it's essentially just making sure that my code is fairly optimized. Noiter means witch and finish. Oh, nice. But yeah, that is the game, Noiter. Cell-based collision detection can result in slowdown when you are moving close enough to objects to trigger the check on every loop. Maybe it depends, like how you're going. It depends, like, firstly, how many objects are in the vicinity. But when you're doing as much checks as I am here, like, but then you'd also be checking, like, if you're moving close enough to objects without the cell-based collision, you'd still do that. It seems like an optimization that could slow down if a lot of objects are moving, right? Because if you've got a lot of objects moving, yeah, exactly, delay. Because if you've got a lot of objects that are moving, then the cells will be updated all the time and all that. So that seems like when cell-based collision could slow down. Noiter, I thought Scott was going to bed. You assume Noiter is heavily vectorized? I'm not sure. It's fun to speculate on these things, though. It's very, very fun to speculate on these things, because sometimes you don't know how things are working, and sometimes you do. Also, I just thought about it. Like, what would games like Minecraft use? Because you wouldn't have surely you wouldn't have a collision check for every block in Minecraft. Surely it would just be the blocks that you need to check, right? Like the blocks that you're moving towards. I'd assume that Minecraft uses some sort of cell-based collision as well. Because having to check everything in the world would just slow down everything. You get more, from what I can tell, you get more control over things like collision checks. Yeah, I'd assume that the chunk system has something. Although I assume that it would be like... So the way that I'd assume is that you'd check... First it would check which chunk you're in, and because all the blocks that are in that chunk would have to have a... would have to say, okay, there's something in this block or not. And so you just have to check, okay, which blocks does the player fit into? And then, yeah, so which blocks does the player fit into? And then if the player could fit into a maximum of, I think, hold on, let me think, 3 by 4, 12 blocks, right? So you just have to check to see whether there's something in 12 blocks. Although you'd also have to check to see the collision of those blocks. Oh, like how the collision of those blocks are working. You want to try and do a whole game engine OpenGL plus SDL, and collisions is where I got really bogged down. Yeah, like collisions are going to be something that, like, you need to like management is like a pain, honestly. Like just managing everything. So saying, okay, so this object can have collisions, so I'm going to put it into the thing with collisions. That's how I assume GameMaker actually manages collisions. Like, you've got a whole lot of objects ticked with solid, and it goes through and checks, okay. Solid. Are these solid? If so, yeah. If not, then no. But yeah. I've dropped with... Oh, that's right. Alright, we've got people talking about Flat Earth like Ross. So, how about a sort of physics bubble? You could, yeah, that could possibly do something, like, yeah. Although, when you've got things far away, that could cause issues, maybe. One of the things that I actually wonder is more about racing games, right? Like, do they... Because I don't think, like, when it comes to racing games, I don't think they simulate the cars racing when they're not in view. I doubt it. I think they just go, okay, it goes this way, that way, that way. I don't think they simulate everything. But as I said, interesting to speculate on. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'll end the stream up there. Some do, some don't. Well, I'm more thinking about Need for Speed Underground. I know they didn't. Because if they did, then, well, let's just say that... let's just say that the rubber banding wouldn't really happen. If one does simulate everything but burnout switches to complete numerical simulation. Yeah. Yeah, the EA games would be more numerical, I'd say. But anyway, I'm going to end up the stream here. Leave a like and subscribe if you like that stream. Don't forget to go check out my Clips channel, because that's I'm going to have things on there. This stream, some parts will be uploaded, and I'll also upload like little bits and pieces. It'll mostly be like longer things that will be uploaded in shorter versions on there. But anyway, I will see you in the next video or stream or whatever. Between you and me, thank you for watching.